Yeah, yeah.
Is it Annie? Is it just him? Oh, you got.
Yellow Nobody else comes in. The exact route that I'm taking, better off onto the pathway. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Starting with your left foot, please. Give And rise, please. Thank you. I need you to come forward this side. So you're going to answer this one. Okay. Gentlemen, if we take it off our shoulders, please, into both hands. Into both hands. Off your shoulders. That's it. That's it. Thank you, gentlemen.
गणपते नमः ओम एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि गणेशाय प्रचोदयाय ओम शिवाय प्रवृत्यर्थं सर्वभूत महागणपति विघ्नेश्वरं सोमाय नमः एकदन्ताय नमः कपिलाय नमः ओम गजकर्णिकाय लंबोदराय विकटाय विघ्नेश्वराय विनायकाय धूमकेतवे नमः ओम गणाधीशाय नमः ओम बालचंद्राय नमः ओम गजाननाय नमः ओम वल्लभाम्बिका देवी विघ्नेश्वर स्वामिने नमः ओम तरतडिले नमो नमः मत्ये सुरत्वगोष्ठाय नमः इति गोष्ठं सुप्रस्तवत्रमिति वक्रतत्र वैरागिशानिन सम्मुख्य सर्वतपिमन्त्रेवं पूर्वे सदा सुरत्वगोष्ठाय नमः सुशान्तभद्राय नमः दद्रदरिपुरसुरत्वगोष्ठान् ओं गां शिव शिवाय नमः ओं गां शिवमूर्तिये नमः ओं गां सद्योजाताय नमः ओं गां वामदेवमूर्ताय घोरकृताय ओं तत्पुरुषमूर्ताय ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओं गां शिव शिवाय नमः ओं गां शिवमूर्तिये मातृत्वविद्यारत्वसुरत्वसुधाय नमः ओं गां शिवमूर्तिये नमः ओं गां महाविघ्नेश्वराय नमः ओं शिवाय नमः ओं गां शिवलक्ष्मीदेविये वल्लभाम्बिका देवी विघ्नेश्वराय नमः ओं विघ्नेश्वराय नमः ओं शिवाय नमः ओं शिवलक्ष्मीदेवी वल्लभाम्बिका देवी विघ्नेश्वराय ओं श्रीं क्लीं ग्लौं गं गणपते नमः ओं कामेकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति गणेशाय प्रचोदयात् ओं श्रीं क्लीं ग्लौं गं गणपते नमः ओं गां गणेशाय नमः ओं गणपते नमः ओं महागणपते मूर्ताय स्वामिने नमः ओं महागणपते नमः ओं गां शिवमूर्ताय नमः शिव शिवाय नमः ओं ईशानं सर्वविद्यानां ईश्वर सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्मणा ब्रह्मणो शिवोऽस्तु साधके ओम गणेशाय नमः ओम गणगणेशाय गणनादाय गणाधिपाय गदन्तदृढाय लंबोदराय विकटाय विघ्नेश्वराय ओम कामदा गणपते स्वागताम्बुरं निवेदनं शिवाय नमः श्रीमां ओम कान्तिबलक्ष्मी देवी महालक्ष्मी देवी ओम ह्रीं महालक्ष्मी देवी नमः ओम कान्तिबलक्ष्मी देवी ओम अक्रूर नीराञ्जनं दर्शयामि मशिलाक्षिणां
கடிகன பதிவர அருளினீரு கொடை வடிவினர் பாயில் வலி பலமுறை
ஓடுடைய செவியன் விடையேறியோ தோடுடைய செவியன் விடையேறியோ வெண்மதி சூடி காடுடைய சுடலை பொடி பூசியன் உள்ளம் கவர் கள்வன் ஏழுடைய மலரான் முனை நாட்பணிந்தேத்தருள் செய்த வீடுடைய பிரமாபுரம் மேவிய வீடுடைய பிரமாபுரம் மேவிய பெம்மான் இவன் அன்றே
निर्दिदेवाय नमः ओम धर्मराज देवाय नमः ओम देवाय नमः इंद्र देवाय नमः ओम कार्तिकेय नमः ओम देवाय नमः
ஆனை மாமலை ஆதியாய
इंद्राय नमः ओम
பங்கயக்கரசி வளவர் தோன் பாவை பங்கயக்கரசி வளவர் தோன் பாவை வரிவளை கைவர வரிவளை கைவர பாண்டி மாதேவி பங்கயச்செல்வி பாண்டி மாதேவி பணி செய்து நாள்தோறும் பரவ பணி செய்து நாள்தோறும் பரவ பொங்கலொருவன் பூதநாயகனாய் வேதமும் பொருள்களும் அருளி பங்கய கண்ணீர் தன்னொடும் அமர்ந்த அங்கய கண்ணீர் தன்னொடும் அமர்ந்த ஆலவாயாவதும் இதுவே ஆலவாயாவதும் இதுவே
மண்ணில் நல்ல வண்ணம் வாழலாம் பைகனும் மண்ணில் நல்ல வண்ணம் வாழலாம் பைகனும் பெண்ணில் நல்ல கதிக்கு யாதுமோ குறைவில்லை கண்ணில் நல்லகுரும் மதுமல வடநகர் பெண்ணில் நல்லாளோடும் பெண்ணில் நல்லாளோடும் இருந்தகை இருந்ததே சிலம்பொலியலம்பும் திரை கடலரவம் சிலம்பொலியலம்பும் நிமல நீரணின் திரு வரை கெடுமகளோ பாகமாய் கூணர்ந்த வடிவினர் கோடியணி பிழைய கரைகடு சந்தும் காரகி பீடமும் அளப்பரும் கனமணி அன்றி உரை கடலோதம் நித்திலம் கோழிக்கும் குறை கடலோதம் நித்திலம் கோழிக்கும் கோணமலை அமர்ந்தாரே தலைவருன்றடியார் தலைவருன்றடியார் தம்மடி போற்றி பாடினும் மனதும் மறுவின்றகதா மாண்பினர் காண்பல விடர் ஒளில பால் நீக்கி நுழை தரு நூலில் கோவிலும் சூனையும் கடலுடன் சூழ்ந்த கோவிலும் சூனையும் கடலுடன் சூழ்ந்த கோணமாமலை அமர்ந்தாரே கோணமாமலை அமர்ந்தாரே
பனித்திளம் திங்கள் பைந்தலை நாகம் படர் சடை மூடியிடை வைத்தார் கனித்திளம் தூவர்வாய் காரிகை பாகம் ஆகமுன் கனி கலந்தவர் மதில் மேல் தனித்த பேருருவ விழித்தடல் நாகம் தாங்கிய மேருவன் சிலையா குனித்ததோர் வில்லார் குறைகடல் சூழ்ந்த கோணமாமலை அமர்ந்தாரே
உண்ணாமுலை குமையாளோடும் உண்ணாமுலை குமையாளோடும் உடனாகிய ஒருவன் பெண்ணாகிய பெருமான்மலை பெண்ணாகிய பெருமான்மலை திருமாமணி திகழ மண்ணார்ந்தன அருவி தீரள் மழலை மூழ அதிரும் அண்ணாமலை தொழுவார் வீணை அண்ணாமலை தொழுவார் வீணை பழுவா வண்ணம் அருமே
சொற்றுணை வேதியன் சோதிவானவன் பொற்றுணை தேகதிந்தழி பொருந்த கைதொழ சொற்றுணை வேதியன் சோதிவானவன் பொற்றுணை தேகந்தழி பொருந்த கைதொழ கற்றுணை பூட்டியோர் கடலினுள் பாய்ச்சினும் கற்றுணை பூட்டியோர் கடலினுள் பாய்ச்சினும் நற்றுணையாவது நமச்சிவாயவே நற்றுணையாவது நமச்சிவாயவே
பூவினுக்கருங்கலம் பொங்கு தாமரை ஆவினுக்கருங்கலம் அரணஞ்சாடுதல் கோவினுக்கருங்கலம் கோட்டமில்லது நாவினுக்கருங்கலம் நமச்சிவாயவே நாவினுக்கருங்கலம் நமச்சிவாயவே
பூவார் மலர் கொண்டடியார் தொழுவார் பூவார் மலர் கொண்டடியார் தொழுவார் புகழ்வார் பானோர்கள் பூவார் மலர் கொண்டடியார் தொழுவார் புகழ்வார் பானோர்கள் பூவார் புறங்கள் எரித்த அன்று மூவர் கருள் செய்தார் தூமாமலை நின்றதிர வெறுவி தொருவின் நிறையோடும் ஆமாம் பிணை வந்து அணையும் சாரல் அண்ணாமலையாரே
ஊமை தடும் கைதொழுவேன் ஊமை நித்தலும் கைதொழுவேன் பாடலர் கண்மடவாள் அவள் வாடி வரும் சாமி கோழிலியும் பெருமான் உண்டை தூச்சில நெல்லு பெற்றேன் ஆளிலையும் பெருமான் அவை அட்டி தர பணியே
நத்தார் படை ஞானன் பாசு நனை கவிழ்வாய் மத்தம் மத யானை உரி போர்த்த மணவாளன் பத்தாகிய தொண்டர் தோழு பாலாவியின் கரைமேல் செத்தாரெலும் பணிவான் திரு கேதீச்சரத்தானே
வைக்கிறது
அவ்வினைக்கு
தகப்பனுக்கு அடப்பண்ண வைக்க போறோம். அப்பா அம்மா இருக்கிறவர்கள் பெண்ணிறப்பு வைக்கக்கூடாது. எனக்கு அம்மாவும் அப்பாவும் இருக்கு, அப்ப நான் வைக்கக்கூடாது. அப்பா அம்மா இல்லாத வைக்கலாம். அப்படி வைக்க விருப்பம்னு சொன்னால் தகப்பனுக்காரன் கடமை செய்திருந்தால் வந்து அரப்பண்ண வைக்கலாம். அடுத்தது திருமணமாகாத இளம் பிள்ளைகள் இளம் பொம்பளை பிள்ளைகளும் அரப்பண்ண வைக்கக்கூடாது. ஷூவை கலத்து போட்டு வாங்குவோம். வச்சா 3 நாளைக்கு நீங்கள் கோயிலுக்கு போகிறத தடுத்து போகிறோம். 3 நாளைக்கு நாங்கள் கோயிலுக்கு போகிறோம். வாங்க விருப்பமான வாங்க.
அவ்வினைக்கு இவ்வினையா என்று சொல்லுவினைக்கு தாமதியோ வந்தம்மை கிண்டப்பெறாது செய்வினை வந்தம்மை கிண்டப்பெறாது திருநீல கண்டம் உடலெங்கும் பொறிகலங்கி நெறிமயங்கி அறிவு அழிந்து விட்டு ஐமேலுந்தி புலனைந்தும் பொறிகலங்கி நெறிமயங்கி அறிவு அழிந்து விட்டு ஐமேலுந்தி அலமந்த போதாக அஞ்சேல் என்று அருள் செய்வான் அமரும் கோயில் அஞ்சேல் என்று அருள் செய்வான் அமரும் கோயில் வலம் வந்த மடவார்கள் நடமாட முழவு அதிர மழையென்று அஞ்சி வலம் வந்த மடவார்கள் நடமாட முழவு அதிர மழையென்று அஞ்சி சிலமந்தி அலமந்து மரமேறி முகில் பார்க்கும் அலமந்து மரமேறி பார்க்கும் திருவையாரே
வாங்கம்மா அப்படியே வாங்க இப்படியே போங்க. உச்சந்தலையில் வைக்கணும்மா பண்ணி
பாடியுமாணிக்குமே அன்னே உன்னையல்லால் யாரை நினைத்தேன் அன்னே உன்னையல்லால் யாரை நினைத்தேன்
நான் மறக்கிலும் சொல்லு நமச்சிவா
குடியெல்லோம் நமதையும் நரகத்தில் இடப்படும் நடலையோம் பிணியறியோம் பணிவோம் அல்லோம் இன்பமே நாளும் பாவாக்கும் குடியுள்ளா தன்மையான சங்கரண சங்கரனுக்குள்ளோகாதில் கோவாக்கே நாவன்றும்
சந்தனையும் ஒய்யாத்தோ
எல்லா உலகமும் ஆனாய் நீயே தேசம் இருந்தாய் நல்லாரை நன்மை அறிவாய் நீயே ஞானச் சுடவிளக்காய் என்றாய் பொல்லாவினைகள் அறுப்பாய் நீயே புகழ்ச்சேவழியன் மேல் வைத்தாய் செல்வாய செல்வந்தாய் அருவாய் நீயே திருவையாறு
Kita bango ya. Beda lagi. Kita bango.
புற்றுமை சேர்வது மெய்யினையே புற்றுமை சேர்வது மெய்யினையே உணர்வது நின்னருள் மெய்யினையே உணர்வது நின்னருள் மெய்யினையே கற்றவர் காய்வது காமனையே கற்றவர் காய்வது காமனையே கனல் விழி காய்வது காமனையே கனல் விழி காய்வது காமனையே அற்றமறைப்பதும் உன் பணியே அற்றமறைப்பதும் உன் பணியே அமரர்கள் செய்வதும் உன் பணியே அமரர்கள் செய்வதும் உன் பணியே பெற்று முகந்தது கந்தனையே பெற்று முகந்தது அந்தனையே பிரமபுரத்தையுகந்தனையே பிரமபுரத்தை உகந்தனையே புற்றுமை சேர்வது மெய்யினையே
நாதத்திரை கல்யாணை
வாயானை மனத்தானை மனத்துள் நின்ற கருத்தானை வாயானை மனத்தானை மனத்துள் நின்ற கருத்தானை கருத்தறிந்து முடிப்பான் தன்னை தூயானை வெள்ள ஏற்றான் தன்னை சுடத்திங்கட்சடையானை சுடத்திங்கட்சடையானை தொடர்ந்து நின்றன் தாயானை தவமாய தன்மையானை தொடர்ந்து நின்றன் தாயானை தவமாய தன்மையானை தலையாய தேவாதி தேவர்க்கு என்றும் சேயானை தலையாய தேவாதி தேவர்க்கு என்றும் சேயானை தென்கூடல் திருவாலவாயி தென்கூடல் திருவாலவாயி சிவனடியே சிந்திக்க பெற்றேன் நானே சிவனடியே சிந்திக்க பெற்றேன் நானே அரியானை அந்தணர்தம் சிந்தையானை அரியானை அந்தணர்தம் சிந்தையானை அருமறையின் அகத்தானை அணுவை யாருக்கும் தெரியாத தத்துவனை தேனை பாலை திகழொளியை தேவர்கள் தங்கோனை மற்றை கரியானை நான் முகனை கனலை காற்றை கனை கடலை புலவரை கலந்து நின்ற பெரியானை கனைகடலை குலவரையை கலந்து நின்ற பெரியானை பெரும்பற்ற புலியூரானை பெரும்பற்ற புலியூரானை பிசாத நாளெல்லாம் பிறவா நாடே பிசாத நாளெல்லாம் பிறவா நாடே அருந்துணையை அடியவர்தம் அல்லல் நீக்கும் அருமருந்தை அகல் ஞான தகத்துள் தோன்றி வருந்துணையும் சுற்றமும் பற்றும் விட்டு வான்புலன்கள் அகத்தடங்கி மடவாரோடும் பொருந்தனி மேல் வரும் பயனை போக மாற்றி பொது நீக்கி தனி நினைய வல்லோர்க்கு கன்றும் பெருந்துணையை பொது நீக்கி தனை நினைய வல்லோர்க்கு என்றும் பெருந்துணையை பெரும்பற்ற புலியூரானே பேசாத நாளெல்லாம் பிறவா நாளே பிறவா நாளே
ओम नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ओम शिवमूर्ताय नमः ओम महाईश्वर मूर्ताय नमः ओम
பேராயிரம் பரவிவானோரேத்தும் பெம்மானை பேராயிரம் பரவிவானோரேத்தும் பெம்மானை பிரிவியிலா அடியார்க்கு என்றும் வாராத செல்வம் வருவிப்பானை பிரிவிலா அடியார்க்கு என்றும் வாராத செல்வம் வருவிப்பானை மந்திரமும் தந்திரமும் மருந்தும் ஆகி தீரா நோய் தீர்த்து அருளவல்லான் தன்னை தீரா நோய் தீர்த்து அருளவல்லான் தன்னை திரிபுரங்கள் தீயழ சிலைகை கொண்ட போரானை திரிபுரங்கள் தீயழ சிலைகை கொண்ட போரானை புள்ளிருக்கு வேளூரானை புள்ளிருக்கு வேளூரானை போற்றாதே ஆற்ற நாள் போக்கினேனே புள்ளிருக்கு வேளூரானை போற்றாதே ஆற்ற நாள் போக்கினேனே எத்தாயர் எத்தந்தை எச்சுற்றத்தார் மாடு சும்மாடம் ஏவல் நல்லாகார் செத்தால் வந்து உதவுவார் ஒருவர் இல்லை செத்தால் வந்து உதவுவார் ஒருவர் இல்லை சிறுபிறகால் தீமூட்டி செல்லானிப்பர் சிறுபிறகால் தீமூட்டி செல்லானிப்பர் சித்தாய வேடத்தாய் நீடு பொன்னி திருவானைக்காவுடைய செல்வாகா திருவானைக்காவுடைய செல்வாகா எந்த நத்தா உன் பொற்பாதம் அடைய பெற்றால் எந்த நத்தா உன் பொற்பாதம் அடைய பெற்றால் அல்ல கண்டம் கொண்டடியேன் என் செய்யேனே
மனக்கரத்தான் தலைவேலான் வாக்கினுடான் தன்னடியே இனத்தகத்தான் இமயவசம் சிரத்தின் மேலான் இரண்டத்து அப்பான் செம்பொன் புனத்தகத்தான் நறுங்கொன்றை கோதினுள்ளான் பொறுப்பிடையான் வெறுப்பிடையான் காற்றினுள்ளான் கனத்தகத்தான் கைகாயத்து உச்சியுள்ளான் காலத்தியான்
பொன்னார் மேனியனே பொன்னார் மேனியனே புலித்தோலையரை கசைத்து மின்னார் செஞ்சடைமேல் மின்னார் செஞ்சடைமேல் விழில் கொன்றை அணிந்தவனே விழில் கொன்றை அணிந்தவனே மன்னே மாமணியே மன்னே மாமணியே மழப்பாடி
மகிழ வேண்டாம் மாயமாம் இதற்கு ஏதும் மகிழ வேண்டாம் இந்த ஈர் உமக்கொன்று சொல்ல கேள்மின் சிந்தையீர் உமக்கொன்று சொல்ல கேள்மின் திகழ் முடியும் வாளரவும் திகழும் சென்னி எந்த யாரு திருநாமம் நமச்சிவாய என்று எழுவார்க்கு இரு விசும்பில் இருக்கலாமே. ஐயினான் மிடரடை சுந்தரமாவது நீரு
படுவது தந்திரமாவது சமயத்தில் உள்ளது நேரு செந்துவர் வாயுமை பந்தன் திருநீரே வேதத்தில் உள்ளது நேரு தீர்ப்பது நேரு போதல் தருவது நேரு உண்மை தவிர்ப்பது நேரு ஓடத்தகுவது நேரு உண்மையில் உள்ளது நேரு சீத புனல் வயல் சூழ்ந்த திருநீரே முத்தி தருவது நேரு முனிவரணிவது நேரு சத்தியமாவது நேரு புகழ்வது நேரு பக்தி தருவது நேரு பரவலியது நேரு சித்தி தருவது நேரு காணலியது நேரு கவினை தருவது நேரு பணி அணிபவர்க்கெல்லாம் பெருமை கொடுப்பது நேரு மானன் தகைவது நேரு மதியை தருவது நேரு சேணம் தருவது நேரு திருநீரே பூசையினியது நேரு புண்ணியமாவது நேரு பேசையினியது நேரு பெருந்தவத்தோர்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஆசை கெடுப்பது நேரு மந்தமதாவது நேரு தேசம் புகழ்வது நேரு திருவாயவாயான் திருநீரே அர்த்தமதாவது நேரு அவலம் அறுப்பது நேரு பணிப்பது நேரு வானம் அளிப்பது நேரு பொருத்தமாவது நேரு புண்ணிய பூசும்பல் நேரு திருத்தகு மாளிகை சூழ்ந்த திருவாலவாயா திருநீரே அட்டது நேரு திருமைக்கும் உள்ளது நேரு பயிலப்படுவது நேரு பாக்கியமாவது நேரு பிள்ளை தடுப்பது நேரு சுத்தமதாவது நேரு அத்தை பொறிகள் சூழ ஆழவாயா திருநீரே ராவணன் மேலது நேரு எண்ண தகுவது நேரு பாவனமாவது நேரு பாவம் மறுப்பது நேரு காரணமாவது நேரு தத்துவமாவது நேரு ராவணன் குந்திருவேணி திருவாலவாயா திருநீரே மாலோடையன் அறியாத வண்ணமும் உள்ள தங்கள் மெய்யது வெண்பொடி நீரம் ஆலமருந்தம் ஆலமயான் புன்னிகை கையர்களோடு கண்டிகை பிப்பது
ओम काम महाब्रह्माय स्वाहा रुद्राय स्वाहा नामपुरं निवेदनं दर्शयामि ओम पूर्णनिरञ्जन புள்ளியிலிருந்து பாதத்தில் பிடிக்கிறேன் ரெண்டு புள்ளியில் மகள் மேலே பாதத்தில் நாங்கள் கால் மாட்டேன் ரெண்டு மகள் மேடம் அதை பிடிக்க முடியாது ओम श्रुतदरस्थिरानांकिराय वासहि भाषणदोषनिवारणं दुर्यसंज्ञ वीर्यः सम्प्रसादयामि ओम शिवाय नमः ओम त्रिचित्तम्बलं श्रुतदरस्थिरानांकिराय वासहि भाषणदोषनिवारणं दुर्यसंज्ञ वीर्यः सम्प्रसादयामि முத்துனற்றாமம் உமாருக்கி முளையுடமூவனல் தீபம் வைமின் சத்தியும் கோடியும் பார்மகளும் நாமகளும் பல்லாண்டிசெமின் சித்தியும் கௌரியும் பார்வதியும் கங்கையும் வந்து கவரி கொள்வின் நத்தன்னை யாரம்மானை பாடி ஆடப்பொற்றும் நம்மடிக்கு நாமே
பூவியல் வாசடையும் பேராக்கு ஒத்தேருக்கும் நம் இழிக்க வேண்டும் மாவின் வாடுவாகிறன்ன கண்ணீர் பம்பின்கள் வந்துடன் பாடுங்கள் பூவின் தொண்டர் பரமாவி
இதன் கோரும் கூத்தன் தேவியும் தானும் வந்தம்மையாட செம்பொன்றை உண்ணம் உதித்து நாமே சுந்தர நிறணிந்தும் வழுகி தூய பொன் சிந்தி நீதி பரப்பி இந்திரன் கற்பகம் நாட்டி எங்கும் வெளிச்சூழல் வைத்து கொடி எழுமின் அந்தர போனான் ஆடியான் நாதன் நம்பிழந்தாத காசடி மின்கள் உலக்க எல்லாம் காம்படி மின்கள் கரையுரலை தேசமுடைய அடியவர்கள் நின்று நிலாவுக என்று வாழ்த்தி தேசமெல்லாம் புகழ்ந்தாடும் கட்டி திருவேகம் வந்து போய் பாடி காசவினை பாவித்து பாடி போட்டு திருநாமே நறுமுறு தேவர் கணங்கள் எல்லாம் நாம் வீட்டின் பல்லெடுக்க விட்டோம் செறிவுடையும் மாதிரி எய்தவில்லி இருவேகம் பஞ்சம் கோயில் பாடி முருகத்தை வாயினில் முகனப்பன் ஆட பொட்டு நான் நானே உலகை உலகமெல்லாம் முறை போதாதென்றே கலக்க அடியவர் வந்து நின்றார் காண உலகங்கள் போதாதென்றே நடக்க அடியோமை ஆண்டு கொண்டு நான் மலர் பாதங்கள் சூடத் தந்த மலைக்கு மருகனை பாடி பாடி மகிழ்ந்து கொற்றும் நம்பினாயே சூடகம் தோல்வளை ஆற்ப ஆற்ப தொண்டர் குழாம் விழுந்தாற்ப ஆற்ப நாடவர் நந்தம்மை ஆற்ப ஆற்ப நாமும் அவர் தன்மையார்த்த பாடகம் மெல்லடியார்க்கும் மங்கை பங்கினன் எங்கள் பராபரனுக்கு காடக மாமலை அண்ணல் போக்கு வாழ்டங்கள் மடமங்கை நெல்லி வரிபடை ஆற்பவன் கொங்கை கொங்க தோழியில் உண்டன் சுரங்கிலங்க சொந்தீரானன்று சொல்லி சொல்லி நான் கொண்ட நன்மலர் பாதம் காட்டி நாயின் கடைப்பட்ட நன்மையின்மை ஆட்கொண்ட வண்ணங்கள் பாடி பாடி வழியிடம் எல்லாம் உடலாக மாமேனியங்கள் உலக்கை நாட்டி மெய்யேறு மஞ்சள் நிறைய கட்டி மேதகு தென்னன் வேறு தோழையால் செய்ய திருவடி பாடி பாடி செம்பொன் உலக்கை வழக்கை பற்றி ஐயன் அணிவில்லை வானதுக்கே ஆடப்பொல் முத்தனை பொம்மைகள் ஆட ஆட மொய்குழல் வண்டினம் ஆட ஆட சித்தன் சிவனோடும் ஆட ஆட செங்கைய கண்பணி ஆட ஆட பித்தன் பிரானோடும் ஆட ஆட பிறவி பிறரோடும் ஆட ஆட அத்தனை கண்ணையோடு ஆட ஆட ஆடப்பொற் சுண்ணம் பிடித்து நாமே வழிகொண்ட வண்ணமும் பாடி பாடி தேடுமின் பெருமானை தேடி சித்தன் கழிப்பத்திகை தேடி ஆடி மையவர் கண்டனை வாழாட மருந்தினை மாண்கள் ஊத்தன் தன்னை ஐயனை அசீரானை நம்மை அகப்படுத்தாட்கொண்ட உண்மை காட்டும் பொய்யர்தம் பொய்யனை மெய்யனை ஓதனை கண்ணினை பொற்றொழித்தோள் பையர வல்குள் படந்தை நல்கி பாடி விண்ணகை பண்ணலம் செங்கொழி என்னுடையான தன்னுடைய பொன்னுடைய பூன்மலை மங்கை நல்கி சிரம் முடிப்ப தாருடன் சுடரு மாலையாட செங்கை மாறிதழும் துடிப்ப செய்கிளையில் சிவலோகம் பாடி கங்கை இறைப்ப அராமிரைக்கும் கட்டை கடை உண்டியான் கடக்கி பொங்கிய காதலி பொங்கை பொங்க தொட்டி ஞானக்கரை நாணக்கரிய நிலத்தை நடார் தேனை பழச்சுவை ஆயினானை சித்தம் புகுந்து நிற்கிறவல்ல போனை புறப்பட தாண்டு கொண்ட கூத்தனை நாத்தலும் வேற வாழ்த்தி பாடக்கடங்கன் மன்றை பாடி ஆற்றையும் மன்னங்கள் பாடுகின்றேன் தேவகணமையும் கண்டறியா சிவனர் பாதங்கள் காட்டில் செல்ல சிவகமேந்திய மென்னுடியான் சிவருமான் சென்ற சிவகணம் நாங்கள் பாடி பாடி ஏனக மாமலை கொன்றை பாடி சிவபுரம் பாடி தீர்க்கடையே பாடக மாமலை பாடி மாமலை பாடி கலக்கையே உனக மாமலை பாடி உபரும் இன்பரும் உய்யவருக்கு உனக மாமலை சுண்டல் பாடி ஒற்றியர் அயந்தலை கொண்டு சாடல் பாடி அருக்கண்ணீர் பறித்தல் பாடி கயந்தனை கொண்டுரி போர்த்தல் பாடி காலனை காலால் உதைத்தல் பாடி எந்தனை பூரணிகள் பாடி ஏழை அடிமை ஆண்டு கொண்ட நயந்தனை பாடினின் காடி நாடி நாதற்கு பட்ட மனக்கொண்டை மாலை பாடி மத்தமும் பாடி மதியும் பாடி சித்தர்கள் வாழ்ந்த தில்லை பாடி சித்தம் பலத்தங்கள் செல்வம் பாடி கட்டிய மாகணம் கச்சை பாடி கங்கணம் பாடி கவித்த கைமேல் விட்டு நின்றாடும் மரபம் பாடி ஈசனுக்கு வேதமும் வேள்வியும் ஆயினார்க்கு மெய்மையும் பொய்மையும் ஆயினார்க்கு சோதியுமாய் இருளாயினார்க்கு துன்பமுமாய் இன்பமாயினார்க்கு ஆதியுமாய் முற்றுமாயினார்க்கு அந்தமுமாய் நீருமாயினார்க்கு ஆதியும் அந்தமும் ஆயினார்க்கு ஆடப்பொற்றும்
அம்மையே அப்பா ஒப்பிலாமணியே அன்பினில் விளைந்த ஆரமுதே பொய்மையே பெருக்கி பொழுதினை சுருக்கும் புழுத்தலை புலையனேன் தனக்கு செம்மையே ஆய சிவபதம் அளித்த செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே இம்மையே உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேன் எங்களெந்தருளுவதினியே எங்களெந்து அருளுவதினியே
வேண்டத்தக்கது அறிவோய் வேண்டத்தக்கது அறிவோய் நீ வேண்ட முழுதும் தருவோய் நீ வேண்டும் அயன்மார்க்கு அறியோய் நீ வேண்டும் அயன்மார்க்கு அறியோய் நீ வேண்டி என்னை பணி கொண்டாயே வேண்டி என்னை பணி கொண்டாயே வேண்டி நீ யாது அருள் செய்தாய் யானும் அதுவே வேண்டி நல்லால் வேண்டும் பரிசொன்று உண்டு என்னில் வேண்டும் பரிசு ஒன்று உண்டு என்னில் அதுவும் உந்தன் விருப்பன்றே நரியை குதிரை பரியாக்கி நரியை குதிரை பரியாக்கி ஞானமெல்லாம் நிகழ்த்துவித்து பெரிய தென்னன் மதுரையெல்லாம் பெரிய தென்னன் மதுரையெல்லாம் பிச்சது ஏற்றும் பெரும் துறையாயி அரிய பொருளே அவிநாசி அப்பா பாண்டி வெள்ளமே அரிய பொருளே அவிநாசி அப்பா பாண்டி வெள்ளமே பெரிய அரிய பரம் சோதி செய்வது ஒன்று அரிய பரம் சோதி செய்வது ஒன்று அறியே பஞ்சுமந்த பாடல் பரிசு படைத்து அருளும் பஞ்சுமந்த பாடல் கண் சுமந்த நெற்றி கடவுள் கலி மதுரை மண் சுமந்து கூலி கொண்டு அக்கோவால் முத்து உண்டு சுமந்த பொன்னே பாடுதுங்கான் அம்மானாய் சுமந்த பொன்னே பாடுதுங்கான் அம்மானாய் பாருடு புன்னாய் பரந்தயும் பரணி பாருடு புன்னாய் பரந்தயும் பரணி பசு நான் மற்றிலேன் கண்டாய் சீரொடு பொலிவாய் சிவபுரத்து அரசே சீரொடு பொலிவாய் சிவபுரத்து அரசே திருப்பெரும் துறையுரை சிவனே யாரொடு நோகேன் யார்கெடுத்து உரைக்கேன் ஆண்ட நீ அருளிலையானால் வார்கடல் உலகில் வாழ்கிலேன் கண்டாயே வருக என்று அருள் புரியாயே
கண்களிரண்டும் அவன் கடல் கண்டு களிப்பன ஆகாதே கண்களிரண்டும் அவன் கடல் கண்டு களிப்பன ஆகாதே. காரிகையார்கள் தம் வாழ்விலன் வாழ்வு காரிகையார்கள் தம் வாழ்விலன் வாழ்வு கடைப்படும் ஆகாதே. மண்களில் வந்து பிறந்திடுமாறி மறந்திடும் ஆகாதே. மண்களில் வந்து பிறந்திடுமாறி மறந்திடும் ஆகாதே. மாலறியாமலர் பாதமிரண்டும் வணங்குதும் ஆகாதே. மாலறியாமலர் பாதமிரண்டும் வணங்குதும் ஆகாதே. பண்களி கூர்தரு பாடலோடாடல் பயின்றிடும் ஆகாதே. பண்களி கூர்தரு பாடலோடாடல் பயின்றிடும் ஆகாதே. பாண்டினன் நாடுடையான் படையாட்சிகள் பாண்டினன் நாடுடையான் படையாட்சிகள் பாடுதுமாகாதே. விண்களி கூர்வதோர் வேதகம் வந்து வெளிப்படும் ஆகாதே. விண்களி கூர்வதோர் வேதகம் வந்து வெளிப்படும் ஆகாதே. மீன்வலை வீசிய காணவன் வந்து வெளிப்படும் ஆயுடிலே. மீன்வலை வீசிய காணவன் வந்து வெளிப்படும் ஆயுடிலே. வெளிப்படும் ஆயுடிலே. வெளிப்படும் ஆயுடிலே.
தாயும் சால பறிந்து நெஞ்சூட்டும் தாயும் சால பறிந்து பாவியேனுடைய ஊரினை உருக்கி உள்ளொளி பெருக்கி உழப்பிடா ஆனந்தமாய தேனினைச் சொரிந்து புறம் புறம் திரிந்த செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே. யான் உனை தொடர்ந்து சிக்கன பிடித்தேன் எங்கு எழுந்து அருள்வது மெய்தான் அருந்தி விதில் விதித்தும் இறையார்களுக்கு மெய்தான் அருந்தி விதில் விதித்தும் இறையார்களுக்கு ததும்பி கவிந்துன்னை போற்றி சயசய போற்றி கைதான் நகிழவேன் உடையாய்
விட்டு நேர்பட மஞ்சுமந்த பெருந்துரை பெருந்தனே. விட்டு நேர்பட மஞ்சுமந்த பெருந்துரை பெரும் பித்தனே. சட்ட நேர்பட வந்திலாத சடக்கனே உன்னை சார்ந்திலேன். சிட்டனே சிவலோகனே சிறுநாயினும் கடையாயவன். கடனேனையும் ஆட்கொள்வான் வந்து காட்டினாய் கடுக்குன்றிலே. கடனேனையும் ஆட்கொள்வான் வந்து காட்டினாய் கடுக்குன்றிலே. பூவரு கோணும் புரந்தரனும் புற்பமைந்த நாவேறு செல்வியும் நாரணனும் நான்மறையும் நாவேறு சோதியும் வானவரும் தாமறியார் செவேறு செவடிக்கே செல்வூதாய் திரைத்தனை உள்ளதோர் பூவினில் தேனுண்ணாதே தினைத்தனை உள்ளதோர் பூவினில் தேனுண்ணாதே இணைத்தோறும் காண்தோறும் பேசும் தோறும் எப்போதும் அனைத்து எலும்பு உள்நக ஆனந்த தேன் சொரியும் குறிப்புடையானுக்கே செம்பூதாய் கோத்தும்பி அம்மையே அப்பா ஒப்பிலாமணியே அன்பினில் விளைந்த ஆரமுதே பொய்மையே பொய்க்கு பொழுதினை சுருக்கும் புழுத்தலை புலையன் தனக்கு செம்மையே ஆய சிவபதம் அளித்த செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே இம்மையே உன்னை சிக்கனம் பிடித்த திருமாலும் பன்றியாய் சென்றுணரான் திருவடியை குருநாம் அறியவோர் அந்தணனாய் ஆண்டு கொண்டான் ஒரு நாமம் ஓருருவம் ஒன்றுமில்லார்க்கு 1000 திருநாமம் பாடினான் ஆமாறும் திருவடிக்கே அகம்புளையேன் அன்புருகேன் பூமாலை புனைந்தேன் புகழ்ந்துடையேன் கோயில் பூகேன் மெழுகேன் சூத்தாடேன் சாமாரே விரைகின்றேன் சார்வாரே
விளக்கே உடம்பிலா ஒன்றே அடிவளர் உள்ளத்து ஆடரங்காக வழிவகையாய் தொண்டனின் கற்றவர் நீங்கும் கற்றகட்டரியை கரையிலா கருணை மாகடலை மற்றவர் அறியா மாணிக்க மலையை மதிப்பவர் மரவழி விளக்கை செற்றவர் புறங்கள் செற்றவன் சிவனை திருவேலி மிடலை வீற்றிருந்த கொற்றவன் தன்னை கண்டு கண்டுள்ளம் குளிர என் கண் குளிர்ந்தனவே
பாருடு பின்னாய் பரந்தயம் பரணி பாருடு பின்னாய் பரந்தயம் பரணி பற்றி நான் மத்தியிலேன் கண்டாயி பற்றி நான் மத்தியிலேன் கண்டாயி சீரொடு பொலிவாய் சிவபுரத்து அரசே சீரொடு பொலிவாய் சிவபுரத்தரசே இருப்பெரும் துறையுரை சிவனே யானொடு நோக்கேன் ஆர்க்கெடுத்துரைக்கேன் ஆண்டனி அருளிலை ஆனால் வாறு கடல் உலகில் வாழ்கிறேன் கண்டாய் வருக என்று அருள் புரியாயே வருக என்று திருமாலும் பன்றியாய் செல்லுனரால் திருவடியை நாம் அறியவோ அந்தணனாய் ஆண்டு கொண்டான் ஒரு நாமும் ஓருருவம் ஒன்றுமில்லாக்கு ஆயிரம் ஒரு நாமும் ஓருருவம் ஒன்றுமில்லாக்கு ஆயிரம் திருநாமம் பாடி நாம் தெள்ளேனும் கொட்டாமோ
குன்றமே குன்றமே போகமே போக வெள்ளமே ஆரணி சடையம் அற்புத கூசா அம்பன் சொய்
ஆமாறும் திருவடிக்கே அதன் புலையன் அன்புருகே ஆமாறும் திருவடிக்கே அதன் புலையன் அன்புருகே பூமாலை புனைந்தேத்தேன் பூமாலை புனைந்தேத்தேன் துவள் சுழையே கோமானின் திருக்கோயில் பூகன் மொழிகன் பூத்தாடே கோமானின் திருக்கோயில் பூகன் மொழிகன் பூத்தாடே சமாரே விரைகின்றேன் சமாரே விரைகின்றேன் குணக்கில்லாத பெருந்துரை குணக்கில்லாத பெருந்துரை பெருமாதோ இன்பமே வரும் இன்பமே உனக்கில்லாததோ வித்து மேல் விளையாமல் கணக்கிலாத்திரு கோலம் நீ வந்து காட்டினாய் காட்டினாய் கண்
Do we do an orange? I hope so. Thank you. Nella pugila.
எண்ணெயரப்பு வச்சவன் உறவினன் சொந்தக்காரர் எண்ணெயரப்பு வச்சவன் வா அரிசி போடுறது காய்கறி அரிசி போடுறா வாங்குவோம் எண்ணெயரப்பு வச்சவன் சொந்தக்காரர் தான் வாங்குவோம் உறவினன் வாங்க கிடையாது அரிசி போடுற வாங்கோய்யா
வாய்க்கரிசி போடுறது
எடுப்போம் 2 அரிசி வாயில் போடுறோம்
என்னுடைய வாங்க
வாங்கோய்யா வாங்கோ அரப்பெண்ணை வச்ச மட்டும் வாங்கோ அடிக்கடி அரிசியோ முந்தன் வாய்தனில் அரிசியோ நான் இடுவேன் அரிசியோ நான் இடுவேன் நாள் தாழ் தனக்கு வரிசை பார்த்து மகிழாமல் வாயில போட்டாச்சு வாயில அரிசி வாயில அரிசியோ நான் இடுவேன் நாள் தாழ் தனக்கு வரிசையிட்டு
Hello, those who did the Arapanna can come and do the Vaikarsi now.
வாயில மட்டும்தான் அரிசியோ நான் இடுவேன் வாயில மட்டும்தான் போடுறேன் அரிசி வாயில மட்டும்தான் போடுறதா
But you've got to see them. That's right, I know, you told me, you said you came to
கருள் புரிந்து பின்னை பிறவியற்கு நடவும் சென்று பிம்பி மிகு திருவாரூரில் மலவடையாருக்கு வழிவழியாய் மனஞ்சே குடி பிறந்த பல அடியார் மண்டுபடுத்தவர்கள் மெய்யடியார்கள் விரைந்து வம்மின் குடி குடி இதற்கு ஆசையின் புகுந்து அண்டன் கடந்த பொருள் அளவிலதோர் ஆனந்த வெள்ளப்பொருள் அண்டும் இன்றும் சென்றும் உள்ள பொருளென்றே பல்லாள் அமரர் குடாத்தில் அடிவுடை நாராயணனோடு நான் முகன் நன்றி இரவியும் இந்திரனும் தேரார் வீதியில் தேவர் குழாய் சொல் புகழ் பாடியும் செய்யும் சிவன் சீரடியார் அடிநாய் செப்பு அந்த வில்லானந்த சேர்ந்து எதை புகுந்தான் பந்தம் பிரிய பறிந்தவனே கையிலும் தலைக்கும் கண்ணால் இளங்கொங்கை ஓரும் பொடியடிவாய் அயனும் அறியாதறிந்து பந்தன் மனத்தகத்தே பாலும் அமுதமும் முத்தினின் நாளைக்கே குழாம் குழாமாய் நின்று கொடுத்தார் ஆவிக்கு அமை என் ஆவத்தலத்தினை அப்பனை ஒப்பவர் ஆவிக்கும் பாவகத்துக்கு அப்புறத்தாலும் சொல்லாண்ட சுருதி பொருள் சோதித்த தூய்மன தொண்டர்ந்தானே
உடம்புடக்கு போயிடுறேன்
எல்லாம் சேர்த்து கரங்கள் ஒரு திரு முருகன் வந்தான் ரவாத இன்ப அன்பு வேண்டி பின் வேண்டுகின்றார் ரவாமை வேண்டும் உண்மை என்றும் மறவாமை வேண்டும் இன்னும் வேண்டும் பாடி மறவாணி பாடும் போது முன்னாடி
நம சிவாய கொள்ளி தன்னை வைப்பேனோ பாடிய கொள்ளி வைப்பேனோ சாமல் வெள்ள முகம் மேல் முகம் வைத்தே காரியங்கள் மகனே மகனே என அழைத்த அப்பாவிற்கின்றி நான் நெறிய தணல் மூட்டுவேனோ அப்பா உங்களுக்கு நான் பட்டிலும் தொட்டிலும் மார் மேலும் தோல் மேலும் கட்டிலும் என்ன வெற்றி காதலித்து முட்டச்சிறகிட்டு காப்பாற்றி சீராட்டும் எப்படி நின்றுங்கோ அங்க பார்த்துக்கோ கையை தாங்க எரிய தணல் முட்டு வேணோ அப்பா அப்படியே
துறந்தானவர்கள் சதகோடி உள்ளத்துருவடையோ மறந்தான் அறக்கற்று அறிவுறும் இருந்தும் இருவாதனையற்று இறந்தான் பிறக்கும் பொழுது கொடு வந்தது இல்லை பிறக்கும் வன்மேல் இறக்கும் பொழுது கொடு போவது இல்லை இடை நடுவில் குடிக்கும் இச்செல்வம் சிவன் தந்தது என்று கொடுக்க அறியாது இறக்கும் புறாமனுக்கு என் சொல்லுவேன் கல்லாப்பிளையும் கல்லாப்பிளையும் காசும்பிளையும் நிலப்பிளையும் சொல்ல ஆப்பிளையும் பிழையும் எல்லா பிழையும் ஓடியாடி முடிந்தது செத்து கிடக்கும் குடங்கருகை சாம்பிடங்கள் கத்தும் பாடாள் மகவறிந்து விட்டவல்லே நல்லே மகாது சொன்ன சூடாங்களவை துறக்கவல்லேன் நல்லேன் தொண்டு செய்தினாள் ஆறில் கண்ணிடந்து அப்பவல்லேன் அல்லேன் இனி சென்று ஆளாவது எப்படியோது
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could kindly ask you just to make your way to a seat for a moment, just until we have the coffin out of the chapel. Media family are going to follow behind the coffin. I'm going to kindly ask that anybody else please make their way out of the two double doors on your left, walk your way round through the reception and back outside. Do not follow the family in the coffin, thank you. But if you could kindly make your way to your seats for me, please. So if I can have the 6 gentlemen come forward, please. So if I can have the 6 gentlemen to come forward, please. So 6 gentlemen to come forward. I need 2 on this side, 2 on this side, 2 on this side. Ideally, the shorter gentlemen are going to be on this side. So you come forward.
Step. Step.
Turn towards me. Just sidestep. Perfect. And forward, please, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to come this way towards me. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to take the coffin into both hands. It is off your shoulders. Take the coffin off your shoulders into both hands. Side. And just take a step back. That's one. Come forward for me. Here you go, we're going to get straight in the car. Let's forget the stuff. Yeah, no. No, straight out. We took it out. We brought around. We're going to go around this way. Yeah. Should we go around that way? I think you're going to have more room. I know we're going to change the seat.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. It's really good.
Sorry, guys. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, something. Let's see this. Miles of the film. Yeah, they put upper to the car and stuff. No, Ramesh is doing everything. Oh, into the screen? Yes. Where's Matthew? He's just gone in there. I need to give him the. Have you got the HDMI for it? I don't know.
I'll take it.
Ruth? Yeah, I'm making that. Can you just throw the car out? Can you just go and get the bag?
Very heavily sensitive. Yeah, exactly. I want it to be very. I want it to depict it. To get some tights from Tesco, and she managed to change in the car and put on her bathroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, has everyone got an order of service? Lovely, thank you. You'll be able to watch it on the screen in there as well. Okay, gentlemen. Okay. So take 3 steps back, 1, 2, 3, and your shoulders facing the hip, please, gentlemen. And when you're ready, turn to your left, please. Stop there for me, gentlemen. Thank you. Forward, starting with your left foot, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able to, please will you stand? Take your confidence, both hands straight off of your shoulders and lower. Thank you.
I'm sure you all know that Dad loved music, and that track by the Beatles was one that we listened to a lot when we were growing up. I loved it. Anyway, please have a seat, everyone, who can. Thank you all for being here with us today, for travelling from far and wide, and joining us remotely from the four corners of the earth. We've been so overwhelmed at the support and kindness and copious amounts of delicious food that have been extended to us by all of you this week. I'm sure you'll agree that Dad was never one for the limelight. Much preferred being behind the scenes, cracking jokes in the wings, but this is definitely a party I'm sure he would have wanted to be at, with all of his most beloved friends and family, here together in celebration of life. Today, he is very much centre stage. This week, I've loved hearing stories of Dad from the times before our relationship began. So we thought you might like to hear that this is your life summary of my dad to help you fill in the gaps in your picture of him. Dad was born in the beautiful seaside paradise of Karanho in Sri Lanka's northern province on the 30th of September 1945, his own father's birthday. This place is as close to heaven on earth as you'll find. Quiet and unspoilt. Beautiful white sandy beaches and glimmering turquoise seas. Warm, friendly people who look out for each other. No better place to grow up. He was the second child of Arunasal Kambeya, a successful pawnbroker and a pillar of his local community, and his wife Sivanyanan, a loving mother to their 5 children who kept a warm and welcoming home. As a young boy, he attended his local school, Ilahadi School. On trips to Sri Lanka as children, we visited this school where generations of our family were taught, and I can imagine Dad as a bright-eyed boy walking there barefoot with his elder brother Maheswaran and his sister Barnaby, eager to learn and absorb everything that was on offer. Dad's younger brothers Siva and Apu told me last week of a funny story involving a planned inoculation by the school nurse. Apparently, Dad was so petrified at the idea of having an injection that he managed to evade it by somehow manifesting a temperature whilst waiting in the nurse's queue and being sent home, where he proceeded to recover almost instantaneously and eat all of the food which Appama had prepared for the family's dinner. It doesn't correlate with how he chose to earn a living ultimately, but perhaps that's where Dad's interest in medicine was first pricked, or not on that occasion. After his lower school certificate from the age of about 9, Dad studied at Jaffna College, a school which was so dear to his heart, where he spent many happy days, made some lifelong friends, and met some future colleagues, many of whom we're so grateful to have here with us today. Here the village boy clearly grew his wings and developed his aspirations. Our Uncle Vicky, who is in Canada, told me last week that Dad's temperament and character as a teenager very much matched those of the man that many of us knew. Calm, quiet, modest and unassuming, sharp, keen, fiercely intelligent, whistling whilst he worked, and always ready with a witty comment or a joke to lighten the mood, especially when Jaffna College were losing at cricket. By the time he chose his subjects for his high school certificate, or HSC, his desire to be a doctor was firm and clear, inspired largely by his cousin, Dr. Sambandhan, who was a renowned surgeon and physician, and he admired him greatly. His subject choices were crucial not only for his future, but for ours. His phenomenal memory and ability to explain things patiently and with clarity without making you feel utterly inadequate are definitely the reasons I managed to secure my A-level grades. The difference, though, between Dad and I is that I've forgotten absolutely everything that I studied at school, but he never did. Every fact and insight was always precious and treasured to him. Having passed his HSC, he successfully secured a place to read medicine at the prestigious University of Peradeniya. Set in 700 lush tropical hectares in Sri Lanka's central province, this stunning campus provides the perfect environment to learn. Away from the noise and distraction of the city, with so much natural beauty all around. Beauty comes in many forms though, for as well as the flora and fauna and spectacular colonial architecture, it was here at Peradeniya that Dad first noticed a rather formidable beauty across the dissection table, in the form of one Nimaleswari Velapilla, our mum. From 1965 to 1970, Dad and Mum studied, experimented, dissected, laughed and joked at medical school, surrounded by several members of our family, and made firm, lifelong friends who have very much become our family. Too many to name, but some of whom you'll hear from later today. There are wonderful black and white photos from socials and expeditions during this happy time, Dad with beer or even cigarette in hand, Mum looking effortlessly beautiful, everyone always smiling and laughing. They were very happy. The future was in the stars. I described Mum as formidable earlier because she is formidable and strong and always the boss, right Mum? I don't quite know how the story went, but let's just say that when Mum asked Dad about their future, Mum said she would ultimately marry him, but only after they'd completed all of their medical training. He said yes, and so for the next 6 years, they both moved around different hospitals, Dad interning at Jaffna, then on to Trincomalee to join some of their friends, Mum, Uncle Canig's, Auntie Kuhaini, Uncle Vijayapalan, then to Monoragala, where Dad took a district medical officer job, before ultimately ending up in Colombo, where Mum finally said yes. And so, on the 2nd of February 1977, rather poetically, their wedding anniversary is tomorrow, Mum and Dad tied the knot at my maternal grandparents' home in Jaffna. The marriage of two people from such complementary backgrounds and families. Dad's family, quiet, warm and understated. Mum's family, big, colourful and vibrant. There were differences of opinion, but there were always compromise with a smile. There were hardships along the way, but the alignment of their two families made them strong. Mum made plans, Dad executed with precision. Mum thought big and infused us to aim high. Dad calmly nurtured and supported us to get there with our feet firmly on the ground. I was born less than a year after they got married in January 1978 in Colombo with a little bit of help from Sarah Jamami whilst they were living in London Terrace. They had both applied for jobs in the NHS, and so in October of that year, Dad came over to England alone to start his first job and prepare the way for Mum and I, who followed a few months later. My best buddy Vaidehi was born in October 1979, and then Pugman, our happy accident, completed the clan in June 1983. We had such happy childhoods in Birmingham, living with Amama, minutes away from Pet the Ma, Pet the Pa, and Naranamaka. In Birmingham, our family came of age. Dad and Mum worked hard and put down roots, eventually settling into our beautiful family home in Fitzroy Avenue. Dad spent some years working as a surgeon at the ENT hospital in central Birmingham, before ultimately becoming a GP, training with our beloved Uncle Lawrence, before becoming a partner at the Long Lane Medical Centre in Halesowen, where he worked for over 30 years, together with Ian Morrison and Keith Chan. Keith and his son Royce run the practice still, and we're so grateful to have them here with us today. Dad absolutely loved his work, and was fiercely committed to his patients, often going above and beyond to ensure that they were safe and well cared for. And the amazing tributes we've had from so many of them bear this out. As Pudman recently said, serving them was truly the honour of his life, more than just a profession, a true calling. In Birmingham, our parents made careful choices for us that have had a profound impact on our futures, investing heavily in our educations and giving us such richness of opportunities, not just at school, but outside through our involvement in so much music and sport, wonderful holidays to interesting places, and together with Uncle Iswaran, Auntie Sivayogi and other great friends, setting up the Birmingham Tamil School, which brought our community together and taught us to cherish our culture and our heritage. When Parkinson's disease joined our family almost 40 years ago, a diagnosis made my dad's best friend, Uncle Kamalarajan. Though there were testing in difficult times, Such was the strength of this marriage and the bonds between these two families that we children grew up in a home surrounded with love and lacking for absolutely nothing, with all of those aspirations and ambitions firmly intact and, if anything, augmented. We wanted to be the best we could be, to make our parents proud and live life to the fullest, and we looked out for each other and valued our family above all else. In the early days of Mum's diagnosis, her towering strength of character and resilience were matched by Dad's agility, warmth and emotional intelligence. They were always much stronger together, and they drew strength from the support of so many of you who rallied around us. I remember many wonderful parties at our home. Mum and Dad would spend days planning menus, shopping for ingredients and cooking tens of different dishes and desserts from some exotic cuisine. Mama, Violet and I would be assigned various tasks around the house, polishing silverware, hoovering rooms, cleaning toilets. Hubman provided excellent entertainment with his cabaret performances and impressions. The house teemed with energy. Every party ended in the early hours with a sing-song and many bottles in the recycling bin. They were really the best of times. After we kids finished university and found our way out into the world, we triangulated around a little enclave in southeast London and started to build our own nests and families. And when the grandchildren began to come, Dad retired and our parents relocated to London to be closer to all of us. So for the last 10 years, Partan Amma's house, or Upper Palm Party's house, has been the epicentre of family life. And every weekend, all 5 grandchildren, Naomi, Leo, Marley, Blake and Noah, bring their brightness and laughter, keep up with the Premier League, Super Singer and the Traitors, whilst eating through the stocks of jelly beans, whole nut bars, biscuits and crisps that Upper Pa kept in the larder cupboard especially for them. Being close to each other has been a blessing for many reasons. Our children all have their own unique and special relationships with Dad and Mum, and as time has marched on and our parents' health has become more of a priority, we have all been able to lean in and play our parts to support them. It's important that I mention both Matthew and Ruth here too. Papa and I couldn't have picked better partners who have extended the same love and warmth to our parents as they do their own, and have done so much with such grace to support them and us. As many of you will know, Dad had a quadruple bypass in 2019, just before COVID hit us, which was hard. With lockdown impacting his rehabilitation opportunities and keeping him from the people who energised and motivated him, he never really properly regained his strength or self-confidence. In recent times, his heart was broken by the loss of some of his most beloved, his elder brother and his sister. Uncle Cummerly and Uncle Lawrence all left us, and with them some part of Dad's spirit went too. Whilst we were not expecting him to join them quite yet, when the end came, in the early hours of the morning on the 21st of January, with our brother by his side, Dad's passing was peaceful and calm, much like the man himself. We can all be comforted that in the next life he will be reunited with these special people, people who enriched his time on earth in so many ways. And for all of us who remain, there are many wonderful memories of his jokes, his laughter and his smile, his whimsical whistling, his warm encouragement and words of wisdom, as well as so many beautiful qualities reflected in his grandchildren. He lives on in them and in all of us. Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Upper Chippa, who's very kindly going to read a poem that our cousin Sambhavi, who lives in Sri Lanka, wrote for her Chippa.
Thank you. என் இனிய சித்தப்பா, சித்தப்பா இந்த ஒரு சொல் இன்று உச்சரிக்கும் போதே எங்கள் தொண்டை அடைக்கிறது. அனுமதி கேட்காமல் கண்ணீர் கண்களில் நிரம்புகிறது. தந்தைக்கு அடுத்ததாக எம்மை சீராட்டி பாராட்டி நலம் மனம் பேணி எதிர்பார்ப்பு எதுவுமின்றி எம்மை காத்த எம் சித்தப்பா, எம்மை விட்டு பிரிந்த செய்தி தாழ்னா துன்பத்தில் தள்ளிவிட்டதல்லவோ. இறுதி நாளில் கதைத்த போது கடுகளவேனும் நினைக்கவில்லை உங்களை இழப்போம் என்று. இறப்பதற்கு முன்னரேனும் கனவில் கூட வரவில்லையே. ஒரு தரமேனும் கண்குளிர பார்த்திருப்போம் கண்காணாமல் போனதென்ன சித்தப்பா, கலங்கிடுவோம் என்று தானோ கடுகதியாய் போய்விட்டீர். லண்டனில் வசித்ததால் லண்டன் சித்தப்பா ஆகிவிட்டீர். எல்லையில்லா அன்பை தந்து இதயத்தை நிறைத்து விட்டீர். அப்பப்பாவை நகலெடுத்து இறைவன் தான் படைத்தானே, ஐயமில்லை, சாட்சி நானே, அனைவருமே பார்த்திருந்தீர். வாரமொன்று போனாலும் வாடாத உங்கள் முகம் வந்து வந்து பேசுகிறது வகை வகையாய் கதைகளே. வாரந்தோறும் என்னை அழைத்து நகைச்சுவையாய் பேசிவிட்டு சாப்பாட்டை கேட்ட பின்பு அருமை என சொல்வீரே. பெற்றோருக்கு பொக்கிஷமாய், சகோதரருக்கு சன்மானமாய், மனைவிக்கு மாணிக்கமாய், பிள்ளைகளுக்கு பாக்கியமாய், பிறாமக்களுக்கு புகலிடமாய், மருமகனுக்கு தந்தையாய் எல்லாமாக இருந்து இப்போ எங்குதான் சென்றீரோ? இலங்கைக்கு வரும்போது சித்தப்பா வாராரென சித்தமெல்லாம் கலிகூறும் பெரியவராய் சிறியவராய் எம்மோடு பாங்காய் பாசத்தை இறைத்தீரே. பக்குவமாய் வளர்த்தீரே. பாகாய் உருகி நிற்கின்றோம், தங்களைத்தான் காணவில்லை. அன்றொரு முறை அண்ணருக்கு குளிர்சாதன பெட்டி வாங்கவென்று வாகாய் பட்டினந்தான் சென்றபோது வாங்கிய பட்டியை வாங்கவில்லை என்று சொல்லி அண்ணரைத்தான் இன்ப அதிர்ச்சியில் மூழ்க வைத்தீர். குழந்தையாய், குமரனாய், குடுகுடு கிழவனாய் எப்போதும் எம்முடனே மகளுடன் தான் இருந்தீரே. விதியின் அழைப்பை மறக்க இயலாத நாளில் மௌனமாகி விட்டீர்கள் சித்தப்பா. ஆனால் எம் இதயத்தில் நிரந்தரமாக தங்கிவிட்டீர். இன்று வீடு வெறுமையாகிறது. உங்கள் குரல் இல்லாத இந்த மௌனம் எங்களை உடைக்கிறது. இப்படி திடீரென நினைவாகி விட்டீரே. நிஜத்தை நினைக்கவோ நிம்மதியோ கூடுதில்லை. நீங்கள் சென்றபின் காலம் நகர்கிறது. ஆனால் எங்கள் மனம் அந்த நாளிலேயே நிற்கிறது. சித்தப்பா, உடல் விலகினாலும் உங்கள் அன்பு எங்களை விட்டு ஒருபோதும் விலகாது. ஒரு கணம் விதி நின்றிருந்தால் நல்லது. இந்த பிரிவை எங்கள் இதயத்தால் தாங்கிக் கொள்ள முடியவில்லை. உங்கள் பிரிவு ஒரு மரணம் அல்ல, எங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் ஒரு நிரந்தர குறைவு. சித்தப்பா, நீங்கள் விட்டு சென்றது சும்மா ஒரு நினைவு அல்ல, எங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் ஒரு பகுதியை விதி எங்களிடமிருந்து பறித்து கொண்டு சென்று விட்டது. இன்று நாங்கள் அழுவது உங்கள் பிரிவுக்காக மட்டுமல்ல, உங்களுடன் இனி உருவாக முடியாத அனைத்து நாள்களுக்காகவுமே. சொர்க்கத்தில் நீர் சென்று அண்ணன் தங்கையுடன் ஐயன் திருவடி அக்கியமாவீர். ஐயன் ஆண்டிகரணி ஐயன் அருள் பாலிப்பார். உங்கள் பிரிவால் துயரும் பெறாமகள் சிவசாம்பவி சுதாகர், இலங்கை. நன்றி.
Some photos from throughout Dad's life to share with you, and the slideshow is going to be accompanied by Marley, who's singing a song which many of you will know, but with words that he's written for his grandfather.
Once I was 7 years old, my papa told me, "Go live your dreams by me, my darling Molly." Once I was 7 years old. It was a small, small town. He always dreamed of bigger, pushed himself to the limits. He was learning quicker. From 11, reading books and learning from his teachers. Never rich, so he was out to be a caring doctor. Once he was 11 years old, his daddy told him, "Get yourself some dreams or you'll be lonely." Once he was 11 years old. He always had those dreams like his daddy before him. So he started learning science, started writing stories, started thinking about that money. once I was 7 years old.
I know everyone believes that their God's the best, but I've always been certain that my dad was the best of people. Sorry. In our house, he wasn't in charge, Mum was definitely in charge. By the time Miley turned 10, Dad wasn't even second in command. But he played so many important roles in our family. Every day, I'd wake up to the sound of Dad going downstairs and his little knee clicking, because he went downstairs every morning and made everyone a cup of coffee while we all stayed in bed. And he would then bring it up on a tray and deliver it to all of us individually so that we could drink them and prepare ourselves for the strain of actually getting out of bed and getting ready for school. He also drove the three of us everywhere. It was really rare for us to take public transport because he would go out of his way to drive us. He took us to school and back every day, and he rearranged his surgery so that it didn't clash with school times, even though it was in the opposite direction to school. So what should have been a 15-minute journey took him about an hour. Even when we reached the age when we would go out to pubs and clubs, he would come in the morning and pick us up from outside various Birmingham establishments. And I think the extreme was when I was at university in Manchester. One evening, he drove Pudman and two of his friends up from Birmingham, just so that they could go to a Britney Spears concert. Dad loved his friends and family, and we always had people coming round to our house throughout the weeks, and especially on weekends. And we'd usually be able to cater for them because Dad had a macro card, and he would go to macro pretty much every week and stock our house like it was a corner shop. We'd have pallets of Coke, we'd have these massive boxes of crisps that you'd get from like Costco. And he also bought us all these Sara Lee gatex. Obviously, being three cheeky kids, in between people coming around, we would make the most of it. And there was a period where I think Pudman and I only drank Coke, and he would threaten to stop buying Coke, and then we drank nothing. And so he'd have to start again. And he also showcased his cooking skills when people came around. His speciality was deviled prawns, which we'd eat with those 1970s cocktail forks, which we still got. And later on, more recently, when he was able to take control of the house and was a decision maker, he'd call us to say, you know, on a weekend he'd want to make squid curry. And so we would all chip in various curries so that we could have this massive meal. But Dad was also really religious, the rest of us less so. And on Sundays, he would take himself off to temple every week. And he'd come back a couple of hours later with the most important thing, a copy of the Sunday Times. And he would also get us all sweets so that we could spend the next couple of hours dividing and rotating the Sunday Times over coffee and chocolates. He also took faith-based trips both to Sri Lanka and India. I'm really glad that when we were at school, he did make us go on one of those. We went to Tirupati together. But he went on lots alone. And on one of the trips to India, he found this sculpture of the Lord Krishna, and he painstakingly brought it home on the plane and carried it on his lap. And he displayed it on our grand piano. I think if people have come to our house in Birmingham, they know that we have quite a long loud, and at the end we have this really beautiful Beck-style piano from the 1800s. And whilst neither and I used that, because we learned the piano, it also turned out that it made a really nice goal for indoor football that Pudman used quite a lot with our friends, and which Mum and Dad, because they were always indulgent towards their little prince, let go, didn't have a problem with. Sadly for Lord Krishna, about a week into being in Birmingham, Pudman had smashed a shot at the piano, slightly missed, and took Lord Krishna's head off from somebody, which really devastated Dad. No punishment, and luckily one of his friends, Uncle Jamie, was around and managed to glue Krishna back together again. And he still remains with us. He was on the piano still, probably nervously watching as Cullen and lots of the boys peppered shots at the piano over the years. But he successfully did make the move to London with Mum and Dad. And he's in our dining room that maybe goes and leaves everything by stay for a long time. As you all know, our family life was reshaped when Mum was diagnosed with Parkinson's, when the three of us were still in junior school. And at the time, early onset Parkinson's was really rare. Mum was completely unknown, so it was pretty devastating terminal events for them as young parents. Whilst Mum turned out to be absolutely superhuman, and she continued to work and take her commitments really seriously for as long as possible, after a few years she was forced to give up work and driving, which left Dad to pretty much carry the financial and operational burdens of the young family on his own. He did that without complaint, fuss, or us noticing any change to our lives. We never had to sacrifice anything. Later, as Mum's Parkinson's progressed, Dad became her primary carer, and they made the decision to move to London to be nearer to us. It's largely because of him that she's been able to remain so independent and in their own home together, with the support of Mum's fantastic carers, some of whom are here today, and who also looked after Dad as well as Mum so well. I can't talk about Dad without mentioning his sense of humour. He had close relationships with many people, especially children, and all of his nieces and nephews and our family friends' kids. For some reason, children and babies gravitate towards Dad. We always joke with him that it's because he looks like a massive baby, so he thinks he's one of them. But I have to be fair to him, those relationships continued as those kids grew up. His sense of humour is really something that everyone bonded with over. And whilst Dad was always making jokes, he was always on the look for the next subjects for his observational comedy, which he excelled, or not, anyone with a sense of humour. Some of you will have heard some of Dad's stories, which were often based on fairly ordinary occurrences, but which he would tell in the most dramatic way, including impressions, and always with a memorable catchphrase. And he found them so funny himself that he would continue to tell these stories over the years, and for the rest of his life to everybody, and just kept adding to the repertoire as his life went on. Dad worked as a doctor. He was a GP in Birmingham for many years and was really devoted to his colleagues and patients. We were really touched by the many messages that we received from people connected with his surgery, who have told how Dad went over and above in caring for his community and the difference that he made to people's lives. We didn't really see what he did at work, but I never thought he did very much, as every ailment I've ever complained of as a child was always diagnosed as growing pains, without any medical examination, and I'm 5'4". However, every December, he'd start coming home every day with a huge bag of Christmas presents for himself, mostly ties and bottles of red wine, so clearly his patients knew him well. And when he retired, we were taken aback by the river of cards that he received. Each one had a detailed message explaining what he'd done for a particular patient and how much he was valued. I remember being really surprised, but then remembering that he would give our home number to patients who were going through difficult times so that he could call them at any time. And if he got calls in the middle of the night, he would get up and go to his patients no matter what he had going on. He was also really lucky to have worked with a group of really wonderful colleagues at the surgery who became really good friends and an extension of family to him, and he was kept in touch with since his retirement. Dad's a really soft man. As kids, we were very superficial, brought into all the TV advertising and constantly asking for the latest toys. Knowing that he wasn't in charge in our house, he would always say, ask your mother, which never worked out well because Mum always said no, because she could. So we'd always be disappointed and think that was that, except a few days later he'd come home and he'd pretend that he needed something unloaded from the boot, so we'd kind of trot out, and inevitably we'd find the toys that we'd been asking for the other day, which he bought despite knowing that he would get told off by Mum for undermining her authority. After I left university, I actually moved back and lived with Dad, Mum and my grandma for a couple of years. I left without applying for any jobs because I hadn't enjoyed my degree and was a bit directionless at the time. So you'd have thought that it would be quite a difficult period in my life. However, When I look back, I remember it as some of the best times. I really enjoyed being treated as an only child for a while. And we had so much fun going out to the latest restaurants in Birmingham. We hung out with Mum's friends, went to shows together, and we made lots of memories. Like when I was a kid, we had a special morning routine, which did still include Dad making me and Mum coffee in the morning. But we did come down and have breakfast together, and we especially used to do lots of cooking together. We had an obsession with chocolate-covered flapjacks that Mum really liked, and then chili paneer, which we'd had in some restaurant in Birmingham, and then made at least once a week, until the point that Dad said he couldn't eat paneer ever again, and he had refused to eat paneer for the rest of his life. Whilst I was in Birmingham, I did eventually get a job in an office that Dad dropped me to each morning, even though it was in the centre of town, so a 20-minute drive into town, and then we had to go back past home 20 minutes in the other direction. I never asked him to do this. I managed to get myself home every day, but he insisted on taking me in the morning. One thing that happened when I was working there was I have a thing about switching off electric appliances and then replaying that in my head. I need to know that I switched it off, otherwise I feel like something bad will happen. And in the office, the heating wasn't great, so in winter we had this electric heater, and I used it during the day, came home and couldn't remember whether I had switched it off or not. And I was really panicking that this heater would catch fire, set the office on fire. It was all paper-based stuff and it would burn down when I'd go to prison and also get sacked. And so, to the point when nobody could relax that night. So around midnight, nobody having got any sleep, Dad just said he'd drive me to the office to go and check whether it was still there. And he wasn't angry or annoyed about this, we just went. And it was locked up, so we couldn't even go inside. So we just sat outside for about half an hour, and we were just looking to see whether there was a fire or any evidence that a fire might be breaking out. And then Dad did what he probably could have done at home, which was explain to me that these sort of electrical appliances had fail-safes for this, because often people would leave them on for too long, and that probably, if I hadn't have turned the heater off, it would have had a safety mechanism that would have auto shut it off, because obviously everything was fine about 7 hours later. As much as he did spoil us, we were also very skilled at pushing his buttons from time to time, which was always quite comical because Dad couldn't really handle being angry very well because it wasn't really his nature. One time, Pudman did something that made him so angry that he was completely lost for words. And instead of shouting, we watched it as Dad took Pudman's most prized possession, which was a VHS video of the Italia 90 Football World Cup out of the cupboard, and stamped on it and kept shouting to Pudman's utter devastation. I think Dad probably really regretted that action as much as Puddy did, because we watched that video all the time, and Dad was also a huge football fan. As a family, we're mostly Manchester United supporters. And Dad is a huge and keen one, although he does always retain a soft spot for Birmingham City. Weekends, if you go to Mum and Dad's, it involves watching a continual series of football-related programmes and televised matches. Although I have to say, watching Manchester United with Dad is an absolute nightmare. If we're winning, it's all right, but as soon as the opposition get the ball, it starts in this stream of negative consciousness, always focused on how we're about to lose, how they're about to score, and how stupid our players were, which has made the last 10 years, at least, of watching Manchester United quite agonising. Dad really loved to travel. When we were younger, our trips mostly focused on visiting family and friends, but when he retired, he and Mum were lucky to go on a number of exotic trips with their batchmates, and I know that he really loved those and always talked about where he was going to go next. Sadly, as their health deteriorated, they were unable to continue to explore the world. So I think instead, in the last few years, his grandchildren have been the source of the most happiness for him. As a family, we always gather at their house every Sunday for dinner. I always get there first, and Dad, who obviously likes routines, will ask me every day if each one of them is coming by name, even though he knows we're all coming. He's always very impatient if they're running late. He's clock watching until they get there. And he always wants to know all of their news, from their football and rugby results to their musical and academic achievements. They have their own set of in-jokes, and despite his declining health, the kids have really adapted to keeping close to him and hanging out with him in his special chair. I think we all feel really lucky to have been able to spend the last few years seeing Dad so regularly. It has been difficult to see him starting to struggle with his mobility and losing some of his further life. But despite that, he's always offered us a bit of sparkle every time we see him. And given the last month of his life was particularly difficult, I'm glad that he's at peace now, having lived such a full life.
The measure of a man. Not how did he die, but how did he live? Not what did he gain, but what did he give? These are the units to measure the worth of a man as a man, regardless of birth. Not what was his station, but had he a heart? And how did he play his God-given part? Was he ever ready, with word of good cheer, to bring back a smile, or to banish a tear? Not what was his church, nor what was his creed, but had he befriended those really in need? Not what did the sketch in the newspaper say, but how many were sorry when he passed away. These are the things that measure the worth of a man as a man, regardless of birth. We're now going to have the committal of Uppar's body, and that's going to be accompanied a cappella, I believe, by Veda Palandru, who is my mum's younger brother, who's going to be singing one of Dad's favourite songs, Pavare Tavani.
பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமாயிது, பூவாடை வீசி வர பூத்த பருவமா. பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமா, பாலாடை போன்ற முகம் மாறியதேனோ, பனி போல நாணமதை மூடியதேனோ. பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமா. வாவென்று கூறாமல் வருவதில்லையா காதல், தாவென்று கேளாமல் தருவதில்லையா. வாவென்று கூறாமல் வருவதில்லையா காதல், தாவென்று கேளாமல் தருவதில்லையா. சொல்லென்று சொல்லாமல் சொல்வதில்லையா, இன்பம் சுவையாக சுவையாக வளர்வதில்லையா. பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமாயிது, பூவாடை வீசி வர பூத்த பருவமா. தத்தி தத்தி நடப்பதற்கே சொல்ல வேண்டுமா நீ, முத்து முத்தாய் சிரிப்பதற்கே பாடம் வேண்டுமா. தத்தி தத்தி நடப்பதற்கே சொல்ல வேண்டுமா நீ, முத்து முத்தாய் சிரிப்பதற்கே பாடம் வேண்டுமா. முத்தமிழே முக்கனியே மோக வண்ணமே, முப்பொழுதும் ஒப்பொழுதும் நமது சொந்தமே. பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமாயிது, பூவாடை வீசி வர பூத்த பருவமா. எங்கே என் காலமெல்லாம் கடந்து விட்டாலும் ஓர் இரவினிலே முதுமையை தொட்டவுடன் மறந்து விட்டாலும் நான் மறுபடியும் பிறந்து வந்து மாலை சூடுவேன். பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமாயிது பூவாடை வீசி வர பூத்த பருவமா. பாவாடை தாவணியில் பார்த்த உருவமா.
Thank you, Chandra Mama, and thank you all of you for joining us. We hope you can stay with us and come and have some lunch and share some stories of Dad at Farley Golf Course straight after this event. I'm going to play the closing music now, another great song which I'm sure you'll all recognise, one of the Tamil cinema classics. Please make your way out as quickly as you can. Thank you so much.
Out of the chapel for me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, keep moving this way into the garden. head down here and keep making your way round the corner into the garden.
Yeah, I'm going to take them to that. That is a lovely movie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep making your way right the way round the corner into the garden.
Hey, honey.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep moving right the way round the corner into the garden. Ladies and gentlemen, please do keep making your way round the corner into the garden where the family will be waiting to greet you.
I think you and my dad is
Ladies and gentlemen, do please keep making your way out of the
Thank you. Hello. Dr. Kandaval, நீங்கள் ராஜலக்ஷ்மி drink come and get it. Yes. They were there. Oh yeah. You look all, both of you look well, that's good. Ah, okay. Seriana shopping. Yeah. Wait. He's 67 something like he had a cerebral hemorrhage. I'll see you. You know where you're going? Absolutely not. I know what he's called. We have this Shouts at me in the car. Like Jay, it's on the mobile. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've already made that arrangement. Close down. No, I think that if those two bodies Oh, I see, yeah. I would never call it. I would never call Did you see it? Yeah, because I obeyed instructions.
Live la pose. Okay. Pretty cool.
Yes.
So many people. எல்லாரும் படிங்கலாம் காவ வந்து. Well. Kita pandai kami. Mas. Tadi. I think we should get off of that. Okay, yes, let's go in there and see what we can find.
Adam, where did it go, mate? Look after yourself. Take care. See you later.
I don't like him. Okay, thank you.
do a microphone thing. Did I get the... I'll ask this guy. I'll ask this
One second, she's just trying to get it.
That's alright, I'm trying to get through. We hang us up. No, give it back.
I, on the other hand, have very strong Vega genes. Let's just leave it at that. I did try over the years to be less like me and more like him, but inevitably completely failed. And I actually remember telling him this once when we were travelling together in Sri Lanka whilst I was at university. I was talking about how some of my batch mates had seemed able to reinvent themselves completely, but I found it impossible. He just laughed at me and said, "I married your Amma for a reason." That was enough. And I now realise, actually only in the last week or two since I've passed, that I married Ruth for exactly the same reason. She embodies the same spirit and the same quiet strength that my dad lived every day. And I suppose in the end, you try to marry the person that you want your children to turn out like. Over the last few months, I've had some interesting conversations about how people's behaviour can often be explained as a means to an end. That we do things in pursuit of some bigger goal. But with my dad, that kind of explanation just isn't required. Everything he did was quietly beautiful. He didn't seek recognition or praise. He didn't do things for status or reward. He simply did what was right, because it was right. And I think that's probably why so many of you are here today. Not to remember what he achieved, but to remember how he lived. So with that, I would like to invite our first speaker. This is my father's nephew, Ramanan Sri Patmanathan, who is also the son of my mother's younger sister who's standing over there. Roman.
Hello everybody, is this better? It was a bit muffled. Wonderful. So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Ronan. I was Wanda from Mary Clark's nephew. And he's my only uncle who I say the whole name. Wanda. It's almost like a song that he would probably whistle through his teeth whenever I hear it. It still puts me at ease, gives me peace. Putting at ease was perhaps the way the name went, but more likely the nature of the man. I was a quiet child, a little anxious, but on our trips up to Fitzroy Avenue, I would get to experience one of the few people who could almost instantly make me feel at ease. He had a warmth and undeniably kind way about him. As soon as I'd walk into the room, he'd greet us, me and my sister, with a Ramanish dat and a Sivahami Sundari. Always brought us joy, always did. I never understood the nickname, but as he was the man who guided my parents to give me my name, he can call me whatever the hell he wants. So, side note, as warm as he was, the way that he told off those unruly kids of his, I knew he was a man to be respected. He had the ability to give a telling off, and he just created and made sure that they were kept in line as best they could. But even with all of that, created a feeling of safety and calm and joy for all of those around him. One of his best skills that has been mentioned countless times was his humour. Yes, he would repeat joke after joke, and some of you may not have enjoyed it, but I loved it, and I may have been a culprit for encouraging it on and on. Even hearing him randomly and seeing him look deep into my eyes and then throw one of his punchlines from his observational humour out randomly with "Ayo Divya," and referencing something, a conversation with Govind when he was young, ups and downs, always made me laugh and had me in stitches straight away. But as soon as he was done with that, he would leave us in Fitzroy in front of the TV, playing Mega Drive or watching some TV, and only coming back to put his 2 pence in for one of the debates that had unfolded before us all. He was so dedicated to his family, and one of those clear tasks that he always did, and clearly put all of his love into, was his cooking. He was one of my only uncles throughout the world where I would look forward to eating one of his meals. It was astounding. And if ever anyone tasted it, you know that's what love tastes like. He was so driven by love. But one of the most profound ways that he showed that was through his love of his wife, Sam. My Kunji Perima, his wife. His love was unflinching and is eternal. Always sitting by her side, and even now, her side feels like an empty spaces there. I never get used to not seeing that. And even a few years back, maybe before COVID, I could still see him guiding Kunji Perima up the stairs of Bushy Road, and that would always be such a beautiful sight, even though he was slowly getting more frail. And it was such a wonderful thing to me. But now his physical self is gone, he has left us how he lived. Caringly, peacefully, and with great dignity. But also with endless memories for all of us who have so much for. We'll miss you, Lord. I'm going to finish with a little quote that maybe only 1% will understand. And I can't complete because it's inappropriate, but it's one that always makes me laugh so much. It's one of his punchlines, and it was, "Bless my soul up a telegraph pole, I've never seen her." And I'll stop there.
So I think it's very clear that my father, and by the way, when I say my dad or my appa or father or father, they're all the same person. Just aware that not everyone would know that. But he wore many different hats in his life. We knew him as a father, and one of the reasons that we're having so many different people speaking today is because it's really clear, me, Michael, and Violet, and appreciated this over the last couple of weeks, that we knew him in one guise. And what I really wanted was to get the complexity of his personality out, and it's you guys that tell those stories. Other people knew him as a brother, an uncle, a friend, a colleague, a carer, a doctor. One of his most important hats was as a general practitioner. As Maidli said this morning, he originally trained as an ENT surgeon, but after a couple of years in England, he retrained as a GP, and over 3 decades he worked in an amazing, busy general practice on the outskirts of Birmingham. During that time, he built extraordinary relationships with colleagues and patients, and some of you may have seen some of the messages from former patients and colleagues in the booklet today. I remember there was one particular patient, and I can't say his name, but Keith will know, and Royce will know exactly who I'm talking about, who would deliver a huge box of satsumas to our front door after every appointment with my dad. And when he was well and he didn't need to see my dad, he just brought the satsumas anyway. And actually, we just thought it was a bit weird. But then my mum got really sick. This was when I was about 9, maybe, and she had to go into hospital for 3 weeks. Her medicines weren't working, and this same patient turned up with the most, I mean, it dwarfed the food that is available today, the biggest vat of biryani I've ever seen in my life. And he didn't even actually knock at the door, he just left it on the doorstep. And we were rushing out, and we thought it was a bomb. It was biryani. And just to show how that relationship was reciprocated, when my dad eventually decided he was going to downsize his car, he didn't think twice. He remembered that Mr. Ali liked that car, so he just gave it to him as a thank you for everything, all the support. And it just showed the reciprocity of that relationship. And that tells you, I think, everything about the kind of doctor, but also the kind of man that he was, and the kind of relationships that he built with people. And having said that, I would love to hand over to the most important colleague and friend that worked alongside my dad for many years, his GP partner, Dr. Keith Chan, who, as Maid said, I think, still runs the practice with his son Royce, who's also here today. Keith, do you want to come over? Has not aged in 30 years.
Can we tell my face?
Thank you for letting me say a few words tonight. For those who don't know me, my name is Keith Chan. I have known Emma for 35 years. Before he retired, I had the honor and privilege of being his partner, GP partner. People talk about how nice he is. I got fed up. Because in the surgery, he's always a good guy. I'm the bad guy. So I don't need to mention how nice he is. That's nice. He always occupied room number 1 at the surgery. I got pushed up room number 2. I have no hard feeling. But in my heart, he's my number 1. As a partner, we share dreams. He's a quiet person, but I tell you the other side of him, he's a very aggressive man. It all started as a very small end terrace house. When we are busy, the patients sit on the stairs. And we extended surgery twice until the no can be left. So our appetite not ended yet. We take over another small surgery nearby. But 2 people running between 2 sites is exhausting. Even so, passion kept us on. We're doing something else. If another idea, I can tell you it's Rama idea, and my wife. I think they get along with each other very well. So to build a new surgery is no joke. You have to look for a site, planning permission, whatever, construction, finance. But luckily, members got a member of the family, got the expertise. I think he's hiding among the crowd. Give us a lot of help. We're lucky and make things a lot easier. But even so, it's a big challenge. We never ever argue, but found ourselves arguing all the time because of the pressure. So it reached a point that the tension built up. I really fear this partnership will not survive. So we calm down and take another look. Shall we carry on? But luckily, we both sit down and take the priorities right, and we both realize our friendship and partnership is much more important than a fancy building. So we compromise, we focus, and get together and carry on the project. The result is we got a purpose-built medical center, 5 consulting rooms, a beautiful staircase, patient walk on it. So it's a testament of not just on how endurant we are, but for our bond. I would say, Mema, thank you. He's my friend, colleague, and most of all, a brother. Take it in my mind. God bless you, Mema. And on behalf of my team, at this surgery, this patient, and all the people who ever work with him, thank you very much for his kindness and excellent patient's care and a great leadership. He's a quiet man. When actually he make voice his opinion, I was just like a little boy. Listen to him. God bless you.
So much. Amazing. So much stuff I didn't know about. I didn't think Dad argued with anyone that wasn't me. So our next speaker doesn't need much of an introduction. It's my cousin and Dad's nephew, Myron, by England, who is my mum's younger brother's son. Myron and I, you wouldn't believe it, but are actually the same age. He's actually older than me. And although he lived in Nottingham and I was in Birmingham, we spent a huge amount of time together growing up. Most Sundays were spent learning Tamil and playing football, and many school holidays were spent at each other's houses. So Myron saw a lot of my dad, not just as an uncle, but very much as my father as well. And he treated him like a son too. I just wanted to tell you a quick story that relates to Myron and my dad. Alongside all of the wonderful qualities that we have talked about today, there was one very consistent feature of his personality: his complete and utter aversion to risk. He was terrified of heights. He was terrified of DIY. he was deeply suspicious of any cold weather. And one particular summer with Myron, this became very clear. Myron came to stay with us for a few weeks when we were about 12. Dad said that if we were impeccably behaved, he would take us to Alton Towers for the day. And of course, Prince Myron is always impeccably behaved. So we arrived at Alton Towers, the three of us, unbelievably excited. We had researched every single ride in minute detail. And I think within the first 10 minutes, after we got through the gates, Dad caught sight of one particular ride. For those of you who know it, it's called Nemesis. And he stopped in his tracks, completely stopped. He went really quiet. Then he looked like he was going a bit blue. Then he swore in Tamil multiple times. He swore again, louder and louder. Then he stopped talking, didn't say a word for about 5 minutes. Then very calmly realised that he was supposed to be looking after us, and calmly announced that we would be not going on any more rides designed for anyone over the age of 6. So, we went on the teacups and the runaway mine train, and then we went home. He had a brilliant day. I will leave it to Myron to tell you a little bit more about him. He's here. Myron, over to you.
Hello. I'm just going to share a few happy words about our dearest Mama. There seem to be a few common themes emerging, so please bear with me. As Mama said, my name is Myron. I'm one of his nephews, although that was never the name by which he addressed me. He had a collection of nicknames for me. Myron, Machuli, or his personal favourite, Marvin Tapuram Maru. I couldn't tell you where these nicknames came from, especially as I have zero affiliation with that village. But Maru was the one that stuck, and he'd get great delight from howling, Maru! as he greeted me. That was his spirit. He loved to laugh, to joke, and to do impressions, and he loved to make us smile. I spent many fun happy childhood holidays with the Van Derens, always wrapped in his humour, kindness and warmth. He was devoted to his family, and his caring nature was always apparent. Whether I'd been stung by a bee, or his daughter, Vaidaki, had accidentally whacked me in the head with a hockey stick, he'd be around to ease the pain. He loved his cooking and his music, and would often pair the two together. I have many memories sitting on the island of their kitchen, watching him cook up a delicious curry while singing, humming, and particularly whistling. This was something I greatly admired and adopted into my own life. Not so much the cooking, but the whistling. He had such a unique style, and I spent hours trying to attempting to emulate it, along with the accompanying headshake. In the end, I couldn't quite manage it and had to settle for my own vanilla style of whistling, but he provided the inspiration. And he certainly had a wonderful musical ear. And I know he would have been extremely proud to see that musical talent passed on to his children, with the exception of Putman, of course. I'm not convinced that DJing counts. Finally, I must mention that as an avid sports fan, I can't help but feel the footballing gods have also marked his passing by somehow allowing his team, Manchester United, to win a few games. I know he'd be smiling at those recent scorelines in absolute amazement. And his other team, Birmingham City, also won yesterday to send him off victoriously. So, up the Blues, as he would say. On behalf of all my family members who won't have the opportunity to speak today, we were truly lucky to have him, and we thank him for everything. So thank you, Mama. We'll miss your presence greatly, and rest in peace. Thank you.
Sorry, we're just trying to play with the levels because apparently the online viewers, there's apparently an issue they can't hear us, so bear with me if there's any distortion. No? Don't worry, let's leave it, it's fine. Okay, so, is that better? Okay, leave it, don't worry. Our next speaker and the last one in this section, and then we're going to let you guys go and get some proper food and chat for a while to split it up. is Appa's nephew, Saravan. Saravan is the son of my dad's younger brother, Karananadi. He was the one that read so beautifully in Tamil for us at the crematorium earlier. Saravan doesn't really need the introduction from me. He and my father had their own special way of communicating. Some sort of private language that the rest of us were never really quite allowed to understand. So it's with some trepidation that I hope he speaks this in English so that we can actually understand. But Sav, over to you.
Okay, man. Yes, man. So you've all had a little giggle with it. I'm sure he's probably used that same phrase with many of you here. So brief introduction, thank you, Podman. So I'm Saravan, the nephew of Piripa Valdon. First of all, to thank Piripa and Pirima. If it wasn't for them, my parents wouldn't be here today. In the sense when they first came over to the United Kingdom, they actually lived with both Piripa and Pirima and had the joyous luxury of watching my Vadi and Pudman all grow up from little kids. From there, he took a very keen interest in both myself and my brother from a very early age. So growing up, what I can remember, Piripa always remained very close to us and was the last person to make that phone call at home. So when that phone went at 10 PM at night, we always knew it was going to be Piripa checking in on us. If either me or my brother picked up the phone first, and then he would have a good hour-long natter with Appa afterwards. Visiting Croydon as well. Unfortunately, in Birmingham at the time, there was probably very limited sort of Tamil shops over there, so he certainly liked to come over and spend his time on London Road at Best Foods. Unlike most children who want to go and have sweets and what have you, he would take me to Best Foods, and I had this weird obsession with keys and padlocks and all sorts of things like that. Yeah, he'd always make sure that, without fail, my mum would tell him, don't buy any more, he's got enough padlocks at home. This guy still made sure I got a new one. I think there's a collection at home somewhere. Yeah, that as well. At a young age, growing up, going to Birmingham to 113 Fitzroy Avenue was like our little mini holiday. I still remember the 3-hour car journey in that B-Reg Vauxhall Nova, which only had 4 gears. So it was quite a journey up to Birmingham, but we spent, a good, sometimes up to a week there. I remember particularly when going first there, and people introduced, showed me around the house, and this house is massive. So for me and my brother, it was like, we turned up to some sort of like something out of this world for us growing up. So I remember going there and he took us to his bedroom and he showed me his ensuite bathroom, which I was so fascinated by at that age, thinking, this looks like a cupboard. What is happening here? And I insisted from then on to continue to use that bathroom as well. And Piripa kindly also said, yes, please come inside. Again, also remember the time, I know earlier they were talking about Pudman using the grand piano as a goalpost, but I particularly like using that snooker table as well, that was in that front room as well, playing a couple of games. On top as well, Pudman used to own this black go-kart, which I was very fond of, and Piripa clearly knew that I need to give this to him at some point. I tried ever so hard to take it, but Amon Appa would never let me take it. But the next trip he came down in that G-Reg Audi, he brought the go-kart to my surprise, which was really kind of him, and it stayed with us for many years. So thank you for that, Piripa. Growing up to later stages in life, he certainly took a fond interest in both my brother's and mine, both our education and our extracurricular activities. For my brother, it was more conversations around sport, football, cricket, you name it. They often had arguments around who was going to win what game in cricket, because I think there was a time when my brother used to support South Africa and then England and then Sri Lanka, and then he went all over the shop until he stuck with one team. But him and Piripa would often have little arguments over that. But for me, it was with my music, and in particular with Mridangam. He was very supportive over the years, often asked how it was all going, especially leading up to my Arang engagement, even onwards, asking how my progression is and what the next stages of in my life are coming. One last thing I'd like to share in terms of what really dawned me when Podman asked me to do this speech was, I don't know if many of you know here, but Podman had a weird obsession with Thomas the Tank Engine. We, growing up, we had a couple of videos and VCR cassettes, for those of you that remember, and often, you know, I'd want to sit and watch those videos when I'd eat my food and stuff, and growing up I never really ate either. So the distraction was necessary for me to eat my food. But this guy would come to our house and just take all the cassettes, and I didn't have any, but without fail, people would ensure the following time he came, he brought brand new Thomas the Tank Engine cassettes for us, so I'll never forget that. People, I'd like to thank you for all your help, your great support, and your jokes. I'll never forget that kind smile and that distinctive whistle, which most of you have already mentioned. I will definitely miss you. Thank you.
Everyone, I've just spoken to the caterers, and their suggestion is that we do all the speeches and then eat, which I'm really sorry about, because I know that everyone only comes here for the food, really. But I'm joking. But there's not many more, so I'll try and rattle through them. Okay. Uncle Yogamurthy, this is your cue. Okay. So Uncle Yogamurthy is our next speaker. He is, for those, I'm sure most of you know him, he is one of my up-past closest friends from Birmingham, and a very senior figure alongside him that was responsible in building the Tamil School up in Birmingham to what it is now, an amazing place. Through the Tamil School, there was a wonderfully close-knit community of friends. Every month or two, there would be a big gathering at someone's house. The children would run off and mix upstairs, and the adults would enjoy what can only be described as a very lively evening of food and juice. Looking back now, and realising that I'm entering that phase of life myself, I can only conclude that I am considerably more boring than they ever were. And just one story that summarises that. They're sitting right there, if any of you want to look at them. There was a party at Uncle Yogamurthy and Auntie Shamala's house in Sutton Coldfield, which is a good 30-minute drive from us in Hartlepool. After a particularly great night, my dad drove us home. That's my mum and my sisters and me. We got home at about 1 in the morning, and I don't know if you remember, back then we had this really old, like a gravel drive in Fitzroy Avenue. It was pretty horrible. And we had just literally walked through the front door, and then the phone rang, and it was Auntie Shamala. And she said, "I think Vamadevan has left his shoes here." And my mum had picked up the phone, and she said, no, that can't be right. He has just driven us all the way home. And then I remember just looking at my mum, and she looked down, and she realised in that moment that her responsible, medically trained husband had indeed just driven 3 kids home, walked across a vicious gravel driveway, completely barefoot, and had no understanding of what he had done. So with that, Uncle Yogamurthy, I will hand over to you.
I will follow that. I'm also the Tunisians as a family friend. We heard Vamadevan and couldn't hear more as a husband, as a father, as a cousin, all sorts of facets, and as a doctor. I'm going to focus on the short speech, so I'm going to focus on him as a community man building up the Tamil School. So my view is going to be through the Tamil School and we see what they're. The Birmingham Tamil School was, I always described as the brainchild of Rama and Himalayas. And it is Birmingham Tamil School, but people attended were from Coventry, from Walsall, Nottingham, Leicester, all over the place. They used to come, and Stafford, and they used to come. And we used to have 2 functions: the Saraswati Puja and the annual dinner. And it's been recorded a few times how good he was in cooking. And all the time, Vama will fill the paraku for the annual lunch. That will be about 200 people turning up. He will fill the paraku. That's his trademark thing, and he carried on doing that for the school function. And for Saraswati Puja, he used to escort Saraswati to the school and back for the puja. And he did that until he left Birmingham and moved over to here in Croydon. And now Saraswati lives in Eastbourne's house. Eastbourne, for those who haven't heard, is the common school. And he left it there. Today, this beach would have been done by Eastbourne if not for the fact he's in a hospital. It just happened just a couple of days ago. And staying with the common school, the other function, the annual lunch. And the best part of the annual lunch is all the children, every one of them will participate and perform on stage. Early years, we never had a music teacher or anything. And all the training is done between Nimalays and other parents. And we used to have rehearsals. Actually, the rehearsals were better and more enjoyable than the real event. And invariably it's held in our place or in Bahamas, more often it's Bahamas. And when we go there, Bahamas is not the one who just goes around and get the kids to come here, you're singing, you're dancing, you're doing this. No. It's all done by Nimalays. And dragging them away from the computer games and then, come on, start doing this and what have you. He never tells anybody what. But he quietly go in and fry some prawns and make some food. As been said before, he'll be whistling or talking, telling jokes with us, and he will do that. And while we were doing that, he would just give us some his trademark iced coffee. And we will be singing away and then doing this. And he'll never get involved with organising. But when it comes to doing things with the kids, he'll leave that to other people to do. But he has his own style of being. Did not care? Of course he cared. How he cared was different. He would say, hey, Kiki, or a chocolate, and we'll just call kids like that. And we had some rhythm lessons started. And the one girl who started doing rhythm was Abby. And she cut her hair short, so I think she's doing rhythm on her hair to dance back. And Vama, every time he sees her, he'll go, Tati Tom Nam. But he used to do that. And Gajan and Jagan, my brother's kids from Nottingham, and they were small. They had a good rapport with Obama, and he would say, come and do an impression of fish. And they will do that with their lips. And he was doing things like that. And my son, Raj, every time he sees Obama sees him, he goes like that, to his foresighted expression. Yeah, Obama was, he loved the kids, and the kids loved him. They seen something in Obama which is special. Because he's not the arm waving and jumping on the stage with a microphone or wanting a position in the hierarchy or in the business. He's always quiet, what's needed and good. He always says that to do the necessary, we don't need a position. If I may say that in Tamil, Udavi Sayya, Padavi Theory, that was his motto. And he lived it, and I can see from other speakers exactly the same message being given. When it comes to the love of the kids see something in them. not just a mannerism, something in his face. You know, they say, Ahatin, Alatin, Muhatin, King. When I say that in English, the face is a reflection of the mind, or should I say, the heart. Yes, Obama was a man with a golden heart. The Lord that decided to take his soul. So for us, Obama means but he will remain with us forevermore in our memory. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're on the home straight. Thank you, Uncle Yogavuth. That was very touching. The next speaker is Abdullah. He's already on his way. I think everyone in this room knows you. He is the son of my Amma's older sister, Jagadiswari, or as we all call her, Pettamal, Petti. And they grew up, 3 minutes away from us in Birmingham. He and Umakar were part of our everyday life. They knew my mum and dad during some of their very best years before Parkinson's entered our world. So, yeah, he brings with him, I hope, memories not just of dad as an uncle, but a whole chapter of our family life that feels especially precious now, and that I never experienced. So,
that's a lot of pressure. Hello, everybody. Firstly, thank you very much for everybody for coming and celebrating my uncle's life. As Putman said, my name is Abdullah, and I would like to just talk just a couple of minutes on Barnadev and Sitpa. I'd love to tell you all the fun stories, of which there were many, or of his repetitive joke-telling habit, which generally ended with an "O Bandara Naka." You know, he definitely found his own jokes hilarious. But when I think about it, what I really enjoyed was watching him just chuckle away for a few minutes to himself at his own joke for longer than wasn't deserved. But irrespective of whether you found it funny or not, it didn't matter. He was in a good place. He put dad jokes on the map, and he was just a happy man. He never really gave life-changing speeches. You know, I probably messed something up for the 100th time, and then, you know, he didn't stop there and try and lecture me. He was one of those guys. He was joyous on your successes and supportive during your failures, never judgmental. And what I learned from him was not words in a speech, it was from his behaviour and actions. He showed resilience in the face of adversity and humility where many men would crumble. He was, I mean, people talk about this, but he was super intelligent. He remembered stuff from literally when he was 4 years old. He's that guy. And he didn't force his views onto other people. He wasn't flashy. He enjoyed simple pleasures in life. He liked a small bottle of beer in the evening after a day of practice, maybe a couple of Glenmorangie or two at a party, but generally in moderation. And when Kunjanti was diagnosed with Parkinson's, he continued to be an inspiring role model with a permanent smile on his face, except if obviously the United were losing. And he also, along with my auntie, brought up 3 wonderful children while perfecting his fish curry recipes at the same time. He also managed, you know, when she was really ill, to send 3 children to independent schools, which could not have been easy as a sole breadwinner, and he seemed to do it all effortlessly. There was never any shouting or screaming. As he did this, just determined humility. That's what he taught me. He stood tall, not because of what he said, but how he behaved as a man, father, husband, and uncle. He'll be missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. The next speaker is Uncle Kanagaratnam, another one of Abba's great friends from Eastbourne, and part of what I can only describe as a rather legendary motley crew. Is he there? Okay. Don't worry, that's okay. This crew also included some of the usual suspects over here. Uncle Joe the Lingam, who is at a 60th batch reunion at the moment in Sri Lanka, but has written a testimonial in the programme. And also the dearly missed Uncle Kamarajan. I just wanted to reference this because it was a massive point in my dad's life. The sudden loss of Uncle Cummerly, and more recently Dad's close friend Uncle Lawrence, left a massive void in my dad's life, one that he never really managed to fill. I like to think that the three of them are all together now, somewhere in the sky, ordering a 4-for-3 meal deal at the Old House at Home pub round the corner from us. They used to do this for many years. It's not clear who got the fourth meal. But I think it was probably Uncle Cummerly. What has never faded are the memories of weekends, summers, and even foreign holidays spent with these wonderful families. And I'm so happy that so many of them are here today. Those moments live on very strongly for all of us, I think. Uncle Cannings, I'm sure you can share a few of them now.
Thanks, Batman, for that wonderful intro. It's a humbling privilege to stand here and pay my personal tribute to a magnificent friend. I called him Barnes. He called me Canucks. Amidst all our heartbreaking sorrow, we should celebrate his magnificent life. He lived his life full and well. Warman's most appealing and defining character was his sense of humor. He always beamed with jokes related to real life events. People found him easy to connect with because of his sense of humor. A few hours before he peacefully passed away, he sent a WhatsApp message kept by Padman. He said to me, Canucks, Jyoti and Pushpa Kamal Rajan, see you soon. To me, it meant a great deal, and now frankly, it seems even more meaningful. As Maithili said to me, no doubt he is up there in heaven with his soulmates Dr. Kamal Rajan and Dr. Sivapati Rajan, sipping their favorite whiskey and possibly expecting us soon. Of all the most gifts in my life, Warman's friendship was very special. It began 16 years ago by pure chance when he joined me to work at Trincomalee Base Hospital. We were roommates for more than 2 years in a small room we shared selflessly. Across the dining room there were 2 other small rooms holding 4 beautiful young ladies. One of them was Nirmalesa. From day one, we found our companionship joyous and invigorating. In Trincomalee, Sri Lanka, despite overwhelming workload, with many other friends, we had great times at the beautiful beaches, at Saina Bay and at Nilavani. Frequenting local cinemas, especially the ones that gave free tickets for doctors, and the Chinese bar that served cool beer for Warman. Warman loved movies and romantic melodies, He was a passionate follower of cricket and loved seafood. He had a special affinity for crab curry. He quickly made friends with our living chef and made him adopt his ideas to improve the quality of the curries, especially by adding tamarind. It was in Trincomalee I had the privilege to watch his barely perceptible romantic moves towards his beautiful. Our move across to UK failed to separate us. If anything, it enhanced our closeness as a small, intimate circle of friends with Dr. Kamal Rajan, who sadly passed away 2 years ago. And our friendship helped to cope with many financial crises, the ebbs and flows of life, and grew stronger, underpinned by mutual respect and trust. Above all, our inspiring children. Kind, affectionate, and generous in everything he did at work and outside work, Kwame exuded unique tenderness and compassion that made him greatly admired by his patients, adored by his colleagues, and the wide network of friends. Despite the time we spent with him and his family in Trincomalee and subsequently in Birmingham and also in Eastbourne, remain as golden, unforgettable times of our lives. Always calm and considerate, he responded to whatever life threw at him with a great sense of humor. Kwame simply loved people. He always found something interesting and delightful in people's behavior, especially those behaviors outside the norm. His positive outlook to life was infectious. He had amazing memories for hilarious events of the past and remarkable ability to present even morbid events with a light-hearted humor and inimitable, unstoppable laugh. I needed to tell Vance, my magnificent friend, that I am very grateful for the friendship he offered. Grateful for the beautiful times and the hospitality whenever we visited him. Grateful for his open hands of generosity and kindness. And grateful for his graceful, affectionate bond with our children. As I said, a couple of hours before he passed away, he spoke a few words. He said to me, he would see me, jolly and Pushpa. And then, quite suddenly, to paraphrase Lord Stenson's words, quote, "He was touched him to rest in peace." In his death, as Mahatma Gandhi said, life would persist. Our Vaman's life would persist among the lives of this beautiful family, his grandchildren, his children, and us as his friends, with rich and lasting memories. May Vaman, my dearest friend, rest in eternal peace with the feet of Lord Shiva. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Clements. That was incredible. Over to our last speaker. This guy really does need no introduction. Velapale Kuhanendran is my father's brother-in-law and my mother's oldest brother. As all of you know, he lives just around the corner from my parents here in Croydon. And over the last 10 years especially, since Amman Akhtar moved down here, he and his wife Sandra, my aunts, have spent a huge amount of time at 8 Bushy Road and were an indelible part of their everyday life. Again, as many of you know, you never know quite what you're going to get with a Vega Paleka and Indian speech. If it doesn't start with the words, "My mother was a pauper," I'll be disappointed. Orphan, sorry. But he specifically asked to go last, which feels entirely appropriate. So with that, VK, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming today and waiting all this time, almost 3:30, ready for lunch. I'm the last man, so I'll be very short. We are gathered here today in this quiet place in Croydon to remember and say goodbye to Vamadevan. Vamadevan lived a full life. 80 years shaped by responsibility, kindness and quiet strength. He did not seek attention or praise. He earned respect simply through how he lived and how he treated others. I speak today as his brother-in-law and as someone who had the privilege of knowing him well. The number of people here and the many messages from around the world reflect the regard in which he was held. Not just affection, but genuine admiration. Vamadevan was, in every sense, a typical Tamil man with great virtues: dignity, duty, discipline, and humility. These were not ideas he talked about. They were values he lived by. He was deeply religious, but never one to preach. His faith showed itself in his actions, his sense of responsibility, and the integrity with which he lived. At the center of his life was his devotion to his family, especially to my sister Kunju. When she was diagnosed with Parkinson's, she did not hesitate or complain. After the diagnosis, during the long years that followed, and right to the very end, he stood firmly by her side. He showed his love not through words, but through constancy, through presence, attention, and responsibility. Even in his later years, while quietly managing his own pain, his focus remained on her. He did what needed to be done, without seeking recognition in that he was a silent hero. That same steadiness extended to the rest of his family, close and extended. He was dependable and thoughtful, someone you could rely on. Vamadevan also had a gentle humor and a calm smile that stayed with you. In recent days, it is these memories, the smiles, the quiet jokes, the warmth in his eyes that have stayed with us. I cannot fail to mention one incident. Before he got married, me and Vamadevan, some of us here, were in a car accident. And it had been very tragic for a lot of us. But it turned out to be more like a comedy when Vamadevan immediately afterward told Mohan, Kati Nitapita. Anyway, today above all, we feel gratitude. Gratitude for his life and for the example he set, showing us that love lived daily through consistency and care without ever instructing. He reminded us of our responsibilities to one another. To Maidali, Vaidehi and Padman and your family, we are deeply proud of you. The care, patience and love you have shown your parents over many years, quietly and consistently, has not gone unnoticed. It is a true testament to the values you were raised with and to the example set by both your mother and father. In you, their legacy is already alive. Vamadevan, thank you for your steadiness, your devotion, and your goodness. You will be missed. May your soul rest in peace. Goodbye.
Well, rather selfishly, I just wanted to say a few words to finish. I've said enough, I know, but I just firstly wanted to thank everyone who has spoken today. Appa would have loved hearing all of your stories. I'm sure he has heard them, wherever he is, just as we all have. I'm so grateful that you've given the next generation the chance to hear firsthand what a complete legend Pampaya Vamadevan really was. Just a few final thoughts, if that's okay, and then I promise you can eat. Although Dad, as many of you have said, was quiet and undemonstrative, he was always present, especially in the hardest moments. He never ran away from them. Yes, he was always there at the cricket matches, the hockey matches, Maidli and Vaidi's performances, etc. But he was also there for all of us in the hardest moments, just as Mary Mama said. Although I felt incredibly protected in my life, which is kind of crazy when you've had a mum who's been diagnosed with Parkinson's at 6, there are 2 times in particular where I have felt like I've truly struggled. And during both, my dad was there for me in his own way, and I think Appadhanna touched upon this earlier, and he put it perfectly. The first was in 2002, when one of my close friends at university, at Cambridge, Adrian, my other friend is up there, died in the Potters Bar train crash on the way to one of our university basketball matches. I was pretty devastated at the time and went slightly off the rails. And Dad didn't sit me down for a counselling session. That just wasn't his style. Instead, he quietly just booked a father and son trip to Sri Lanka. And we spent 3 fairly extraordinary weeks together, visiting all the parts of the country that I'd never seen, meeting a whole bunch of relatives that I have never met and may never meet again, and discovering sides of each other's personality that we had never known. And I think that trip really healed something within me, and in many ways I think it's those moments that are helping me through this period now. The second time was during my final year at university. I'd been maybe a little rebellious during that year, and I hadn't attended any tutorials. And with a month to go before finals, I was fairly close to a breakdown, I would say. I had to get a 2-1 to get into medical school, and I knew I couldn't really bluff Cambridge University. And my dad sensed that something was wrong on a phone call immediately. He drove down to Cambridge that evening after a GP surgery, knowing that he was on call. He immediately packed up my bags and took me home, where I stayed until my exams. Again, there were no big speeches at all. Again, that wasn't his style. But I remember him saying to me over dinner one day, he said, "Whatever happens, you will be okay. All that matters in the end is your health and love that he gave her for the last 50 years. I think that will be how we can honour him." The other thing that has really struck me over the last 10 days is this. I share my family name with 3 of the strongest and most impressive women that I know. That says a great deal about both of my parents. It's very clear that our family dynamic has always been a case of my sisters looking after me, not the other way around. So I just wanted to take this moment to thank Maidli and Vaidehi, not just for the last 2 weeks where you have done everything, but for the last 42 years. They both carry so many of the best qualities of Amma and Appa that woven into who they are as people and the actions that they perform every day. And I am profoundly grateful that both myself and my children are lucky enough to live under their grace and their quiet, understated guardianship. Together with my superhuman, incredible mother who continues to amaze us every day, as far as I'm concerned, They are my father's greatest legacy. Those three women are the measurable key performance indicators of a life incredibly well lived. Thank you all for coming today and for listening. I'm sorry it's taken so long, and I hope that you enjoy speaking to each other and eating the food. The food will be served next door, so please feel free.
Oh yeah, yes. Why is it so slow? Come on.
Get over here, man. People can overtake you, man. It's not reliant on one person. I've moved. Why is it not leaving me?
Can I have one? Oh yeah, it's not too bad. It's somewhat okay. I know it's really bad. Both sides, yeah, both sides. Look at the, see which one's going to be faster.
Yeah. Why is whenever this was like told to press that line. I just like so I was
Well, I'm enjoying it. Now's the kind of fun time. I feel they
Yeah.
I'll get the best things for the
Please say that, that's okay.
I mistook you for your brother. So you also said, I met him for the first time.
Yeah, right.
I think some of them are like not good. Oh, you have
And it's good to have two either side.
Yeah. It's quick, more quicker. Yeah. Good idea.
This is Russell. My car still smells of paneer. Paneer. So, see, they're in Meriden Town. It's quite far for them.
I don't think they know.
No, she mentioned. Oh, unless you told them.
I don't think they know.
Ah. That's bitter, right?
Yeah, that's very good.
Good for you.
I like more papadam.
Actually, I'm going to take this off. Actually.
Otherwise it's not interesting.
Yes.
Got a trend done.
Did you just imitate taking some?
Well, I was moving it around to see what it was. If it was crispy, I was going to take some, but it's not crispy, so I don't want any of it. That's why I've taken some of it. Oh, yeah, but that's chili, so like spicy stuff. Well, I don't mind eating it, but it makes my bowels unhappy for several days.
That's quite funny.
Yeah, no, like I like if I want to, I can eat like Mando extra hot, but I'll just be pooing myself for 2 days, so it's not worth it. So I just need to settle.
You had
for
some of
a
this
little
then?
time. No,
This is.
Yeah, I think the grandma's the other way around. Well, she's pretty good about it. She just makes it spicy.
Have you had
I can handle it. No.
Get some of this. Just try it. It's like, honestly, just try it.
Yeah. To be honest, bro, I mean, sometimes you feel like you've had a great seat, but it tells you you haven't. So it sometimes psychs you out. If I'm honest, like, we got it on a discount where we got the bag and the year membership for free. So we tried it, which is good, and it's cool if you're really into it, but like, sometimes I know it's good for that. Like, if you want to track like working out, heart rate and stuff like that, it's like, I think the same thing for mental health. So it tells you like REM sleep, that's good, but sometimes it's a bit good.
Your thing felt like this morning.
Okay, do you want some
I might that is worth swearing.
Do you want yogurt or not?
I assume they are.
Yeah, I do when you're good with that. I'll carry that in plate. Yeah, you just don't.
No, I'll carry it. Do you want a bit more? Bring it again.
Go on, take that.
Jamie, drop off that corner. Wait. Yeah. Okay, leave it.
Ramesh. That is like everyone's That is like a caring mixed vegetable. Described my wedding. Okay, my wedding, and it was really good. That's is that cassava or
Pumpkin.
No. That's dal. True enough, lentils. Really good. Have beans. So logical.
That is the proper way anyway in order for the restaurant. Yes.
Restaurant, right?
Yeah.
And then some yogurt stuff made.
Well, this is Sri Lankan.
Yeah, this is very traditional Sri Lankan food. This is like stuff called palm pie, why not? It's a bit bitter, but it's nice.
Oh, the beans
And then that's, without the spice, that's spicy chili.
Are you based in Croydon?
Harrow.
Are you new?
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's our wedding.
Oh my god!
And it's David's wedding. My
I've
dad's
never
wife.
had your food. It's really tasty. Pardon?
It's all something, yeah, thank you.
We've been since 1997.
That's
the first we started out.
I've never had your food.
It didn't even pop out of the oven the other well.
Huh?
Yeah.